It feels like home, sitting all alone inside your head. One never tells you that forever feels like home, sitting all alone inside your head. Sade, how you doing, Sade? How's life, dude? No more standing voices. Whoa! Fuck. You know, I was stretching last night that I realized is like insanely tight. Probably like the tightest muscle on my body is my hip, dude. I did one of those exercises where you like prop your leg up on like a bench or whatever. And just like stretch your hip. Such a crazy exercise, dude. This whole region here just absolutely was like on fire, and it aches today, dude. I don't think I've ever had a muscle that tight on my body ever, which is a sign that I should probably focus on that region a little bit more. Crazy. It felt like it was like I was like ripping things apart. I'm a little sore today, but it's not the worst, you know. I think it's because it's a new new stimulus for my body a little bit, but how are you? I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm extra good because I still haven't gone back to work since Thursday because we've been it's been a long weekend for me, so it's crazy how much better my mood is on a long weekend. God, love it, dude. How you doing? Happy Easter. Don't know how much time has passed. Hope you've been getting your rest in. I have. I've been sleeping pretty good lately. All things considered. Living alone inside your head. I say that as I start yawning. Ugh. Boy. The stars shine for you. Stars. I don't know if I want that. How's the animation? It's going. I'm almost like halfway done the top of the hair here. I'm starting to get like the form feeling better. The spikies are working on the front of the face. I just need to start connecting things towards the other side now that I sort of understand the arcs and the pathing and stuff. Because the nice thing with 3D rotations like this is you basically only have to figure out half of it, and then you just copy the other half on the other side. Well, you don't copy it, but you essentially like you just mimic the spacing and timing of the other side. So once you've done half of it, you've basically done like 80% of it, you know? Okay, ads are done. Let me drop the Discord notif, and let's get some more peeps in here. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. How have you been doing, Sade? How's work? Oh, you mean like a flower rusted from the rain. I'm good. Work's kicking my ass, but I've got a whole month off in May. Damn, a whole month. Crazy. How'd you land that? Just time off? So I guess I've got something to look forward to. That's gonna be so nice, dude. Do you have any big plans for your time off, or are you just gonna chill around? I feel like for me, I don't like filling time off with shit to do because it just sort of like ruins my time off. I like just not doing anything, you know? But that's me. I think this comes out too much. Yeah, I just want to be lazy the whole month. I feel that, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Kayla B, how you doing? I have to leave for work soon, but I'll leave you up while I'm gone. Hell yeah, dude. Have fun at work. Shoddy, was it you that was doing overnights? Are you the overnight worker? I know there's one of my chatters that does overnights. I can't remember if it was you or if it was... Yeah, it was you, okay. I did overnights for like a solid year. It's brutal, dude. What up, DK? How you doing, dog? Ooh, I think this should be a larger jump here. Spacing. Is this Backstreet Boys? No. It sounded like Backstreet Boys for some reason. Like, that'd be weird for this playlist. I do all overnights also, but I've been flipping around due to short staffing issues. Oh, that's rough, bro. Doing like overnights and then having to do like a regular shift on top of that fucking sucks. I remember they used to book me for like overnights at McDonald's, and then they would book me for like the morning shift. Like the law in Canada is you basically can't book shifts more than or less than 11 hours apart. So they would literally book them like exactly 11 hours apart. So I'd basically finish work, go home, sleep, get up, go to work. It fucking sucked. I think I ate like 4,000 calories for family lunch. I barely have any neurons functioning. You all turkeyed up, dude. It's hitting my 7th year. I need a new job. Yeah, I get that. I do a lot of swings with only 8 hours in between. Well, maybe you're not in Canada. If you are, that's a labor complaint, but... I'm in the U.S. Sadly. I feel like you guys must have similar labor laws to me. That sounds crazy, but I feel like you know what? Some places just don't give a fuck. The one thing about the U.S. is they definitely pay more than in Canada, which is nice in a way. It's not really that they pay more, I guess. It's just that the dollar goes farther. Because, like, I think one American dollar is basically like 1.35 or 1.36 Canadian dollars. So, you know, your dollar just has more value. I somehow doubt that with what I get paid. Well, Canada's, like, most populated province is Ontario. I don't know what the minimum wage is there. Minimum wage, Ontario. It's $17.95 per hour Canadian, okay? What's the largest state in the U.S.? Is it California? California minimum wage. $16.90. You guys get $16.90 USD per hour. We get $17.95 Canadian per hour. So if you do a conversion, USD to CAD, yeah, your minimum wage is the equivalent of $23 an hour here in California. I'm just going based off population here, but different states are different rules, right? But your most populous state makes around 23 Canadian dollars per hour. Our most populous province makes around $17 an hour. So you guys are almost making like I want to say 100 like 150%, 130-ish% of what we make, which is kind of crazy. I get 14 an hour. I think that's still higher than the Canadian minimum wage. 14 an hour would be 19.53 here, based on current conversions, and our minimum wage is 17. So you're still making more than the average minimum wage worker in Canada. Oh, we're talking jobs again. I mean, I'm not talking about my job. I'm trying to spare you guys a little bit. You know, I can only vent so much before I start to drive people crazy with my job misery. We're just comparing minimum wage. Do jobs scare you, Boba? Is that why? No, I'm venting about mine and comparing our minimum wage exactly. Tell him. He's trying to come for my ass, dude. Must be nice having a job. Hey, Prince of Canada. Well, you don't need a job. You're the prince, dude. Prince of Canada is a wild name, dude. Did you have a different name before? It doesn't show first-time chatter, and I swear to God, I would remember somebody called Prince of Canada in my chat. My memory's ass, but I don't think it's that bad. Maybe it is. Who knows? I've been here before, but I don't remember speaking. You definitely have, because normally when there's a first-time chatter, there's like a bubble that pops up around them. But you don't have a first-time chatter bubble around you. So you've said something before, at some point. Now, whether it was a lot or not, I don't know. But either way, not super duper important. How you guys doing today? Are you self-taught, Snack? Technically no. That's a messy question though, I think, because I feel like the most growth I've gotten has been through like art exploration on my own. But I did go to art school, so it's one of those things where it's like you can't really say Like, I'm traditionally taught, you could say, I suppose. I went to animation college, and I got a diploma in animation. And then I worked in a studio, right? So on top of that, I'm getting like, professional advice from seniors and experts in the industry. So no, I would say that that ship has sailed for me. I feel like the self-talk question to me has always like it's always felt like somebody asked, like, I don't know if you guys follow bodybuilding culture, but it's always felt a little bit like people asking you if you're natural. It's sort of how it feels. Just like, well, I'm not natural, but I still work hard. It's like one of those. But no, I don't think I could claim the moniker of self-taught, though I do teach myself quite a bit. What's up, nerd? What up, Jadu? What up, J-Dog? Ugh. My neck started hurting on the opposite side. Very weird. No, I asked that because the hardest part of learning art for me is setting the proper structure for your training and doing the right things. Well, look, there's no right thing. You're always kind of just going to be stumbling in the dark, and things are going to get slightly more bright as you keep going along. But you're always going to get a little lost, if we're using metaphors or whatever. The reality is, like, I probably spent a really long time training useless bullshit. And I think surrounding yourself with people who are more experienced, that can sort of really, really sort of narrow down the things that you should focus on, depending on your goals, is really like an effective way to minimize the amount of mistakes you make. But you're still going to make those mistakes, and you're probably still going to waste your time doing some bullshit training, So it really depends. Like, I don't think, like, you could definitely get really, really, really skilled, DK, doing your own training and your own self-taught way of learning. There's so much information out there that it's just like there's really no reason why somebody couldn't get to like a professional level independent of academia or like a studio environment. It's just that those sort of limit the focus to really fundamental things, right? And so you get a more narrow, on rails kind of path when you go to school, and they're going to have you focusing on drilling a lot more fundamental stuff like life drawing or geometry, primitive shapes. That's kind of what I meant by geometry, but stuff like that, and that really stacks up over time. Moon Venus, thank you for the follow. Moon Vanessa, thank you for the follow. The best thing I can suggest is a video I watched a while back that talked about how to plan around your critiques and build off of them. I still haven't watched that video, Jadu. Can you, like, summarize it for me? I think when you first start to draw, you really need to focus on the big picture stuff and the simple stuff. I think you need to do, like focusing on things like proportions, basic anatomy, and not trying to do overly complex stuff. Every beginner artist wants to do crazy shit where they're doing, like, these next level dynamic poses and all kinds of crazy positions, and I'm gonna draw them from a bird's eye view or a worm's eye view, or we're gonna do like a fisheye lens or whatever. I feel like doing that shit before you've sort of nailed down your fundamentals is just like not wasting your time. There's value in it, but it's not an efficient use of your time, is what I'll say. You'll learn from it, but you're not learning in a way that is going to be conducive to learning at an accelerated rate going forward. So I think you really need to do the boring shit and do the fundamental shit before you jump into the fucking wild stuff, Konnichiwa, Mr. Rad. Yoroshiku, Moon Vanessa. Hajimemashite. Watashi wa snack desu. No, watashi no namae wa snack desu. Sumimasen. Boku no nihongo wa heta desu. Dakara. I don't know, dude. That's all I got. Okay, Jadu, you sent me an image. I'm gonna look at it because I'm curious, actually. Let's take a look. I'll see if I mostly agree with this or not. We'll see. This seems to be a pipeline of studying. Okay, foundational stuff. Let's see what they put in foundational stuff. Observe. I like this already. Okay, observe. I would say that is 100% a foundational skill that you really... to me, it's like one of the most important skills. I've talked about it a bazillion times, but being able to observe things is critical. It's like, you should be focusing on that day one. And yes, it's literally looking at things. That's what observing is. It's looking at things, understanding the shapes, the relationships to those shapes, the distance from one shape to another. All that stuff is observational skills. Observing where the line weight is, where the line weight isn't, where they apply line weight, where they don't connect lines. All of these things are observational skills. So yeah, 100% I agree. Observe is a very, very, very important skill. I'll send you a picture that'll generally be better than anything I could say right now, but it's basically a graph of different areas. Okay, that's what I'm looking at right now. Hell yeah. Hi. Hanasemasu. Hanasemasu. Gozo desu. Oh. Nihongo jozu. Alright. Okay, now we're getting into categories here. Drawing. I'm going to focus on drawing because this is kind of my area of experience. I'm not super... I do know how to paint, but I won't say that I'm like the most advanced painter in the world. I'm very limited on my knowledge and scope of different materials and stuff like that. So line control. Yes, 100% beginner fundamental skill. Contour / 3D thinking. Yeah, and that's sort of what I mean by primitive shapes, so I would agree with that. Copying, 100%. Figure drawing, values. Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of these. I would probably... Oh, anatomy's on the intermediate level. I would actually bump anatomy down to beginner. But I feel like my scale on sort of... Like, my scale is probably 3-prong. I would probably just combine these two categories into just one category called expert. Because I think... If you're advanced, you're professional. I think the only difference between a professional artist and an advanced one is that, you know, they're maybe working in a more commercialized pipeline or like lucrative or monetized pipeline. But there's really no difference. You could be advanced and not technically be a professional. And you could be a professional and honestly not that great, to be quite honest. So, you know, I feel like I would just lump these categories into like an expert class, if that's what we're going for in terms of skill level. And then you could sort of map it a little bit more to how I think. Prop design. See, this for me is like a very niche domain. I don't even know, like this is like a very specific thing that I don't know if I would consider, like if we're going like character design pipeline, I don't know that I would include prop design in there. I'd probably put that as an X. I don't know that that's necessarily important if your goal... Like, most people want to draw characters. Obviously, there are some people who are focused on backgrounds and layouts and stuff like that. Generally speaking, I think the most attractive thing to people is drawing characters. And prop design, unless what they mean by this is, like, clothing and shit like that, then yeah, I would probably put that in, like, an intermediate category. I would shift... Anatomy over to foundational. I would shift... I would leave gesture in intermediate, because gesture is a little bit hard to grasp. So gesture is good. Perspective, I would leave in intermediate. I think that's good. Prop design, I would just get rid of. I don't really see what prop design is. Composition, intermediate. Yeah, I think that's fair. Anatomy, like I said, I'd move that to foundational. Environment design and character design. This one's weird because I don't know that I would really have these as categories. I don't know that I would have character design as a category because I feel like character design, is basically the result of knowing all this other shit. But I guess like that's sort of what they mean by having it in the advanced category is you can't really do this effectively without doing all of this effectively. So, you know what? Whatever. We'll leave that there. I kind of get it, I suppose. Um, Oh, I see now. I see. So I see what they're doing now. They're breaking this out into environment and character. Like, really, this should be the other way, where it's like these are two separate pipelines, and if you want to get really good at character design, you would incorporate all of this, and if you want to get really good at environment design, you would incorporate all of this. The issue with that is that I think if you want to get good at character design, you also need line control in there. So it's a weird sort of line route, but. I mean, I mostly agree with this, I would say, generally. Generally speaking, I mostly agree with this. Would I be considered an expert snack? I think so. I think you'd definitely be... I would consider myself late intermediate. I wouldn't even put myself in the expert category. I think you'd probably be up there with me in terms of, like, late intermediate to bordering on expert. It really depends on the domain, right? Like, there's certain things that I could consider myself an expert in, and then there are certain areas where I would consider myself weaker, more intermediate in, and even like things like environment and prop design and all that stuff. I'd probably consider myself like late beginner, to be quite honest, or early intermediate. I don't even think I would put myself like very advanced in those domains. Oh yeah, for sure. There's some things I cannot be considered an expert in, but like portraits, I would say I'm an expert in. Yeah, that's sort of what I mean too. Like I would categorize myself as a relatively strong expert at heads and, stylization in my own way or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Appeal. It's hard to really categorize it because it's so nuanced when you think about it. But if I were to generalize, I'd put myself somewhere in late intermediate, probably. Hello, where'd you find this skill assessment thing? You're gonna have to ask my mod Jadu. He sent it to me. I think it comes from a YouTube video he found. And I mostly agree with it, I will say. I don't know that there's stuff that I would include in other pipelines. Like, I really think line control is foundational to both environment design and character design. And I also think anatomy is more of a foundational thing than an intermediate thing. Gesture, I would definitely leave as intermediate. But yeah, in general, I kind of agree with this. If I recall correctly, one of the things that he put a lot of emphasis on in the video was the concept of extraction and being able to take the essence of certain ideas, then applying it in other ways. Hence why it's quite big on the overall chart. Well, that to me is just observation. Like, when I say observation, like, that's the shit I'm talking about. Is, like, being able to identify tiny little subtle details and implementing them in your own work in a unique way, I made progress on that animation? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I watched that scene of that audio clip that you sent me, or not that audio clip, but the audio clip that you used, Dally, for your thing. And it is really unfortunate how little emotion there is in like the performance of the acting on the actual like animation for the show. Tragic. How are you? I'm good, dude. How are you, Moon Vaness? Moon Vaness? Moon Vaness, I think is what it is. Yeah, drop it in the resource section on Discord or something. If it's not already there. Oh yeah, you already posted it there, but it's fine. But yeah, generally speaking, if you want like good character designs and all that stuff, understanding form, understanding three-dimensional space, line control, all that shit is like very, very, very important. Being able to draw parallel lines, smooth curves, all that stuff. This feels weird. I'm gonna find your eggs. My eggs. What the fuck? Oh, for Easter. I was like, what are you talking about? Where's the eggs? What eggs? Guys, I don't lay eggs. I'm a mouse. We don't lay eggs. As far as I know, anyways. Oh yeah, I forgot today was Easter. I know, a little Easter stream. I should probably change my stream title to Happy Easter or whatever. Let me do that real quick. Happy Easter. Or whatever. Mice are rodents, which means that you're distantly related to rabbits, and the rabbits are the ones who hired you, so that you have at least an inside guy to where the eggs are. Is that how that works? Do you think rabbits and mice get along? I don't know if they do. My brush is a little light right now. I don't think they'd be enemies. Yeah, I think they'd have to be, like, carnivorous to be enemies, right? Or one of them would have to be carnivorous. Wouldn't it be crazy if mice were carnivorous? I don't like that at all. Some unexpected animals eat meat on occasion, like goats. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of animals will eat meat in like survival situations. You know, there's like cases of like squirrels cannibalizing each other and like crazy shit like that. Cat's prediction on Iran war, if it's allowed. We try to avoid politics, to be quite honest. Not because I have anything against discussing politics, but just because there's so many people here. You're bound to strike a nerve with someone if you start expressing political opinions. So I just typically don't allow it. Yeah, we'll probably just avoid politics, and we'll keep it a little more art based. But just know, I have strong opinions, and they're probably right. I hate today's Wordle. I've never played Wordle in my life, so I don't even know how you play Wordle. I just keep hearing people talk about it. I have a Discord group with friends that all play Wordle daily, and I've actively avoided doing it out of spite because they all do it so much and it annoys me. Just seeing daily Wordle posts drives me fucking crazy. It's become like a spite thing to avoid. What? You're missing out. Clearly, because every fucking human being I know like plays Wordle games or whatever. What are your thoughts on that art group that made a golden statue of Trump and Epstein making out? Technically art related? Beautiful, I guess. I have no issues with political activism, I suppose. I think my issues sort of come from, you know, typically I feel like the people that are the most vocal about stuff tend to be the least educated on issues. And that's sort of a gripe of mine, I guess. But the issue is also, I feel like politics these days, and we're gonna keep it really general here, okay? I'm not gonna go into any detailed topics. But I feel like generally speaking, do a jiggle? Shit, it do. I feel like politics in general is such a broad, encompassing thing that it's not realistic for people to sort of flat his back. Okay, I'm gonna start implementing. I don't know, whatever. Well, I guess we'll just like keep people doing it. I do feel like it's important to let people sort of have their fun instead of just instantly deleting their redeems. But I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. Reward timer, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm gonna start implementing a reward timer because I don't like people instantly canceling out other people's redeems. I think it's just like bad sportsmanship. I think one-offs is fine and it's funny. I think regularly is a little combative. But speaking to politics, I think generally speaking, there's just so much going on in the world. It's not realistic for the average person to be fully informed on everything, and so you kind of have to outsource your opinions to other people, and that gets a little dicey. So, anyways, all that to say, I'm tempted to swing my 80k points against Symphony. Go ahead. I also feel like it's for this reason that I find it very strange that people become passionate or defensive against arguments that they don't really understand themselves. Yeah. Yeah. I tend to be moderately emotionally detached from politics. I can't say that I'm fully detached, but I try and moderate my emotional responses to things that I really don't think I could explain properly. You said go ahead because you don't want the gaming stream. Exactly. I don't want the gaming stream. Don't spend a point. We want him to play Hollow Knight. Imagine spending 600k points to get me to play Hollow Knight. My need for a snack gaming stream is bigger than my need of honkers. You know what I think I'm gonna do. Also, I'm gonna update the gaming stream thing. Nah, he's gonna play Conker's Bad Fur Day. That would be so lit. I would probably honestly just do that for free. I mean, if I get to make you play any game I want, I would make you play TCOAAL. I don't know what that is. What I was about to say is I'm going to put a big asterisk on the redeem that says you need to communicate with me before ever making that redeem because I'm just gonna straight up not play certain games. Obviously within reason, you know. I'm not gonna play like insane crazy people games like fucking some sort of like school shooter simulator or some bullshit like that. But I'm definitely like I'm not gonna like veto random like actual normal games. Who's currently the closest to doing getting redeemed points wise? I have no idea. Probably I can't. There's no way for me to check as far as I know who's got the most points. You mean we can't make you play League of Legends? I'll play League. It's just gonna be a really painful stream because it's gonna be a stream of watching me understand League. I've never played League in my life. Well, that's not true. I played League once, like way back in the day, and I was like, eh, whatever. NFT, Boba, maybe Otter have more points. Maybe Glad as well. I think Boba's probably got the most points. I guarantee NFT got no fucking points, dude. That guy's got maybe 30k points tops. Boba's probably the biggest sleeper. The thing is, there's some quiet lurkers that are here all the time, you know? I see the lurkers, and there's some regular dailies, you know, that don't miss a single stream. They're just quiet, and I have so much respect. The Sigmas of chat, dude. I'm like 6% of the way there. How many points do you estimate me to have? I gotta think how long you've been here, and how much I've streamed, and how much you spend your points on Flat is Back. I'm gonna say you're probably rocking around 20k right now. $34 streak at the moment. I bet the lurkers are around 50 to 60k. I'm honestly surprised nobody's redeemed the VIP yet. Because that's been around for a while, like over a year now. It's a long time to get 100k. I was saving my points for the ASMR, but I never redeemed it, so take my 52k. I have 305 at the moment. Though I did give you VIP in mine. I know. My VIP is, we run a capitalist system here, though, unfortunately. So it's pay to win. There was a time period before I was monetized. I'm the only one on YouTube, huh? Sarah, you are the only one on YouTube. I'm primarily a Twitch guy, though I do multi-stream every single time. But YouTube just never pops off, Sarah. I don't know why. There was a time before I was monetized, or before I was affiliate, and before the PNG tuber, when I had like no chatters, where I was just giving out VIP like candy. That's why there's a lot of people that will show up that have VIP that are not regulars. You know, NFT's a good example of that. He is a regular. Well, I'm 2 years too young anyways. Uh-oh. We got a 16-year-old on YouTube. Sorry, bro. I gotta fucking nuke you into the stratosphere. See you in a couple years, big dog. It ain't personal. It's just business. What was I saying? Yeah, there are some people that are basically grandfathered in. I said when I converted over to pay to win for the VIP status, I said if you had VIP, I wasn't going to take it away because it felt like a dick move to do that. But, you know, going forward, it was going to be a purchase only. I feel like VIP is like a badge of attendance almost here. That's how I think about it a little bit. Whose VIP would you take away first, since once you fill up that slot? Probably people that have, you know, were active a really long time ago, but I just haven't seen in like a year plus. You know what I mean? People that still pop in every now and then, they could keep it. But I think it makes the most sense to free up slots for people who are active versus people who aren't, right? I think I've been here for at least one streak every weekend since Nancy sent me. One streak? Oh, one stream. Oh, yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, you're here pretty regularly. Will not force us. Us be victorious. I hate cat snack. It's true. Do you? How's it going, Dave? I think my streaks get broken from tournaments or the once a year camping trip. You know what's funny? I feel like the chatters who have streaks, and this has never happened yet, so I don't have a reason to believe this. But my theory is that if I had like a 60 stream streak and I lost it, I'd be like, fuck this, dude. I'm just not watching this guy anymore. I'd be so tilted. I'd be like, God fucking damn it. You know? I feel like it would like kill my motivation. I don't know that I'd have like the drive to build that shit back up. But who knows? I also feel like streamers are kind of volatile. There's like very few streamers that regularly maintain streaming. And I feel like some people fall off pretty regularly. I feel like that's the norm. There's been so many streamers I've known in the community that have come and gone that you just kind of expect it to be a thing with like a new streamer. And I feel like the ones who stick around are the ones that sort of really build up that momentum. It is tough. It is tough. The art category is a fickle bitch, I won't lie. Our Twitch relies heavily on sharing. Yeah, it does. It also it's very, very network heavy. Like very network heavy. Like you wanna really be active in other people's chats genuinely, and not just like for the sake of being like, oh, I'm gonna network to monetize or milk this person or whatever. Like, no, try and actually make friends, and you'll do really well on Twitch, you know? Or, well, I say really well. You'll do really well, numbers-wise, relative to people who don't, okay? You're not gonna retire off of Twitch income, but... It normally does around 15 to 20 before I can't watch for whatever reason. Currently at 44. Damn, that's crazy. Speaking of, now that I have this gaming PC that's mostly set up, I'm going to be streaming more consistently now. I haven't decided how frequently, though. It might be an everyday thing, or it might just be weekends. What I would say is what you could probably do if you're looking to start getting into streaming, but you're not sure if you can maintain a schedule, I would just pick one day that you can, like, for sure do as a consistent day, and then just have the other days be flex days. And then if you want to build up to having more consistent days or fewer or whatever, then I would do that. That's sort of what I did. I started off, when I first started streaming, I didn't have a schedule. And I would just sort of stream whenever I felt like. And you get into a mode or a mood where you're like, I don't want to stream today. Maybe I'll just skip it, you know? Maybe I'll just skip it. And then that becomes really easy to do the more you do it. And you can easily fall into this habit of being like, well, I don't need to stream today. But if you set a set day where you are like, I am going to stream on this day, no matter what, it doesn't, no rain or shine, you know, medical stuff or mental health or, you know, fatigue or whatever, like, being exceptions. Obviously, you can take sick days. But generally speaking, you're treating it kind of like a job on that one day or whatever. You're going to realize that one day eventually becomes the easiest day to go live on. And once you get a schedule and you build up that habit, it becomes a lot less friction. There really needs to be some sort of adverb for friction here. It becomes a lot less frictiony or a lot more frictionless to go live on scheduled days because it becomes so habituated. Whereas if you're just sort of choosing days here and there, there's always in the back of your mind being like, should I go live? I could just not go live and I could do whatever tonight, you know? And it's like, and every time you make that decision to go live, by the end of it, it's usually you usually feel good about it. It's partially conditioning, right? I mean, it's mostly conditioning, for sure, dude. It's the same with exercise or anything you really want to get, like locked in on. Now, that being said, you know, you want to make your environment also, like, easier to make you make those decisions, but... Snack's the pillar of the art category. Snack's the pillar of the furry category. I don't think I'm the pillar of the art category. You know what's interesting? I feel like, and I think about it a lot, I only really know the art streamers within my time slot. Because I stream on a schedule, I always see the same people live, and I always interact with the same people live. And I feel like because of that, there's probably so many people that I'm leaving off the table in terms of like interaction with And the days where, like, let's say I have a sick day, or I have a day off from work, and I'm on Twitch midday. There are so many cracked artists that I just don't know about. That are actually relatively huge that just don't come into my orbit at all because they're in such a different time slot than I am. And I find that really interesting. There's like an untapped group of people that I can make friends with and interact with and meet and all that stuff. And it's Twitch is very interesting in that regard, where it feels like the people that I really know, I only know them as a consequence of being in this time slot, this Friday, Saturday, Sunday time slot. If I go live, I have to hold in my fart. Just let it rip, dog. Beanwa, just fucking just brap away, dude. Just gas chamber your room. No one's gonna know. Who cares? You've got the snack stamp of approval. He denies the art category, but not the furry category. No. No. About to try and get back into going to the gym Monday, Wednesday, Friday, because I really need it. You gotta get into the mentality of just being like, I'm the gym guy, If you gotta annoy your friends and just fucking yap away and tell them endless stories about how to optimize like hypertrophy and how you need to do like 10 to 12 sets a week to optimize your gains and muscle protein synthesis and be that annoying guy, do it, because it's gonna help reinforce that internalized sort of personality trait that makes you go to the gym more consistently. I feel like the more you can sort of absorb those traits into your personality, the more they'll stick. Like, really delude yourself into being like, I'm the gym guy. That worked for me back when I was like really like religiously training. And I'm sure it was annoying to listen to all the time, but sure works. That's how I started lifting weights and also running. Become annoying. Exactly. Embrace being annoying, dude. I'm building a home gym to draw more. That's what I have. I have a home gym. I never actually... I mean, I used to work out in a gym when I was in my early 20s. But as I got older, I just started building up... I just build up a lot of gym equipment. I was the gym guy for a while. Not so much diet stuff, but def workouts and stuff to do if you want to improve. I got set reps over heavy weight. Huh? I don't know what you mean by that. Lucky for everyone now that the idea of snack playing TCOAAL. I don't know what that is, dude. You gotta tell me what it is. I don't know every acronym on the internet. The Coffin of Andrew and Laylee is a visual novel survival horror game that I'm obsessed with because the writing's so fire. I see. I'm naturally someone who loves learning everything about a subject, so I just started learning absolutely everything. I swear by reps over max weight stuff. I just did the generic like hypertrophy rep range. I was just training in like the 8 to 12 rep range mostly. I think for squats, because on bulks, I would be pretty gassed. I would do lower reps. But okay, it's feeling voluminous. Still don't... I don't like the shape change. It changes shape too much. I think this could be a little tighter here. Do you find squats difficult? I find them easy to do. I have a bad dorsiflexion, so my issue was I need, like, once I got like squat shoes, I found they were pretty easy to do. But generally speaking, squats were one of my better lifts. My legs grew like weeds. I don't know why. Over everything else. Bench was my weaker lift. Do pistol squats? I can't really do pistol squats without like good dorsiflexion. I just can't get deep enough on like my ankle, like my ankle depth or whatever. I was surprised so many knew about that game. It was on itch only for a while. I see. Hollow Sprite, you raiding me, dog? Shit. Welcome in, Hollow Sprite. How you doing, dog? Can we get a little shout out for Hollow Sprite? What were you up to today, Hollow Sprite? Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Huh, we got a gamer. Do you do anything other than game? Do you do any art? If you do, you're more than welcome to share your art with the community. Otherwise, you know, I thank you for the raid. How we doing today? I was finishing up a game. Hell yeah, dude. I'm doing good. Just trying to figure this guy out. I'm unfortunately fucking up his proportions here on this big sphere thing on his head. Should be bigger. Ratchet and Clank is a goated PS2 Golden Age game. Yeah, Jak and Daxter too. Jak and Daxter was my shit back in the day, dude. Want to see my bathroom stall art snack? That makes me think you're like a crazy person, like smearing poop in the bathroom, but sure, whatever. I'm getting a vest to do weighted push-ups due to how much I hate bench press. Why don't you just put like books in a backpack or something? I guess stability. It like wobbles a little bit, but... I do art, yeah. I don't know if I got anything to share right now, though. Well, look, if you want to, or if you want to share any links where people can find you, you're more than welcome to drop those in the chat. No permissions required, just go for it. And if you got a dip, dude, or you got stuff to do post stream, you know, do your thing. You don't have to hang out here, though I would love to have you here. I used to deadlift like 500 pounds, but those days are not these days. They may come again. I never deadlifted. Because I used to work out in my dad's basement, and I didn't want to fuck up his floor, and I didn't have any, like, deadlift pads. I did, like, RDLs and shit, like Romanian deadlifts, but I didn't do any, like actual, like, floor lifts. Oh, this shape needs to be way different, huh? I think this ear needs to move forward, too. What's the max weight you think a 9 stone, roughly 124-pound dude could bench? I don't know, dude. That's a really, really, really difficult answer, or question to answer. I've been surprised before, you know? I would say, like, you know, the standards of, like, 2 plates on the bench for a guy doesn't really apply to everybody. So if you're doing 2 plates, I think you're well ahead 90% of gym goers, you know? As far as max, I don't know. Replates. If you're doing 405, that's crazy. You're just like on another level. You're probably not natural, but or you're just a genetic phenom. 80 kilograms. So what's that? Like, I'm a North American, so I'm trying to convert that in my brain. That's like 175 pounds, 180 pounds, something like that. It's not bad. Are we animating a rotation? We are. We're doing a 360 rotation right now. I'm just putting some shit on model. I'm trying to figure out the head shape, or the hair shape. I figured out the head. I just don't know how to get the hair working right. I just feel like I want a volume that feels appealing, and right now it don't feel right to me, but... I thought a pound is half a kilogram, no? No, it's like some weird number. It's not a no, it's not 160 pounds. It's a little bit more. I carry my 70-pound dog around sometimes. Hey, that counts, dude. 70-pound curls. 1 pound equals 454 grams. That helps me. That helps me figure it out. Crap, why you get me to do math on an art stream? Hello, hello. How's it going, dude? Speaking of gym goers, we're talking about weightlifting. It's 176 pounds. Guys, am I not a fucking goat? Didn't I say 175 like a minute ago? I'm actually goated. I'm fucking cracked. Get me on one of those German shows where I have to like cut things split down the middle and guess their size and their weight, make them even. I'd kill it. I'm gonna make this thinner. Because as it turns, it's gonna get a little bit thinner here. Ooh, we're getting some real weird volume changes here. I think the source of the problem comes from these guys. They're too big. I squat 220 apparently and do 143 pounds on most machines according to Google. It's been a while since I've lifted. My numbers were okay. They were okay. I don't know. I never did 1 rep maxes because I was like super schizo about injuring myself. So I always did in like 8 to 12 rep ranges mostly. So if you guys want to do the math, you're more than welcome to. My squat, the most I've ever done was around 265 for sets of 10. My bench was around 195 for 10. I never deadlifted, so my RDLs were definitely also in the 260s, but I can't remember what the exact number was. I never really focused too much on my RDLs. So I feel like that probably puts me, because 265 for 10 is quite a bit on a squat. So I feel like that probably puts me in the between 300 and 350 range for 1 rep max, maybe. That's a big range, but... And then on bench, probably close to 235 1 rep max, maybe? I don't know. What's deadlift for, anyways? Basically, like, most of your posterior chains. So, like, spinal erectors, you know, glutes, hamstrings, the whole kit and caboodle. It's a compound exercise, so it hits like a bazillion different muscles. The booty, it's for the booty. It can be for the booty, yeah. On every sound, surrender. Every sound, surrender. Deadlifts are the best. I worked out from home. I didn't want to fuck my dad's floor up, so I never did deadlifts. That's why I always did RDLs. Upwards, searching until my hands bleed. This land don't belong to me. So deadlifters are caked? Typically, yeah. Most people who lift heavy are caked. RDLs are good too. I used to do single leg RDLs with a row and it kicked my ass. I feel like as I've gotten older, I start to realize how much my internal rotation sucks on my hip, on my right side in particular. I've been doing a lot of hip stretching, and God, I have like the tightest hip on my right side. It's probably because I draw, and I'm like slightly rotating my torso in this direction, you know? If you're doing like a top-down perspective, like if this is my head, when I'm drawing, I'm probably like this. I'm probably actually more shrimped, so I'm probably more like this. With my shoulder doing like this to draw, and then my other arm is on my keyboard like over here. So I've always got some sort of rotation in my torso, which is pretty brutal. Alright, I gotta go get the house ready for company later. Have a good stream. Alright, big dog. I appreciate you coming out, Dizzy. Have a good Easter. Or whatever. Golden ratio snack. What do you mean, like the shoulder to waist ratio? Right now, I look like a normal dude because I haven't lifted in years, you know? I mostly just do like, you know, stretching and stuff like that. So I'm not particularly fit right now. I can't do deadlifts, I just don't like them. I rather isolate the muscle groups. Yeah, sure, whatever, dude. Unkbot at the moment, I see. Exactly. I'm in my Unk era. Ooh. There's some weird shape changes taking place that, like, bug me here. These areas here. Like, it flattens out too much. It should be rounder in this region. I do squats because I have geriatric knees, so I isolate the movement there. My knees have always... I've never had any issues with my knees. It's always been my fucking shoulder, dude. My right shoulder. My left shoulder, completely fine. If anything, it's like too stable. It's like too tight. Every time I go to like a massage therapist, they're always like, dude, your fucking left side is so goddamn tight. We need to work on that. And I'm like, no, all the pain's on my right side, dude. Forget my left side. But I also think, like, my obliques on my left side are really, really, really tight. And my, like, I probably have some sort of lateral pelvic tilt. I was looking at myself. I was taking some video recordings of my hips. And I have a minor elevation on my right side. And it's like, there's definitely, like, more of a pinch on that side, just subtly. I've been trying to undo that by stretching and then tightening up my other side, or working out my other side, but... It's on your right side because it's compensating for your weaker left side. Yeah, I know, that's why I'm stretching my right side and strengthening my left side. Don't worry, don't worry. I've been injured so long, dude, I know all the tech. The issue is in my shoulder. I think I have like a nerve impingement. So anything like overly active with my upper body on my right side causes like big flare-ups the last a couple days, and it makes it really difficult to get like any progress because I'm always sort of having to reset every week. It's basically like I'd have to take a deload after every single like workout, which is stupid, you know? So I gotta figure that out. A load of D? Yeah, a load of D. My right ear pod died on me today. The wire inside snapped. I made the wire bare and positioned it so it touches the soldering and YOLO'd that bitch, but I'm still anxious about the possibility of it slipping out of place. Just, you know what you do? Symphony, you just take the wire, okay? Where the wire's exposed, you make them touch. You go to a home hardware store and you buy this shrink wrap stuff, okay? And then you use your mom's hairdryer and you get the shrink wrap stuff to go over top of the actual, you know, open wound on your wire. And then you just wrap some electrical tape on top of that and you're good to go, dude. If you know how to solder or you have access to a soldering gun, it's also or soldering iron, very quick fix. But that's a different thing. I do too, but I always forget to stretch it. I really have a problem with consistency on things I know I need to do, but I don't like doing. I'm pretty good at being consistent. I'm just... When it comes to strength training for my rotator cuffs and a lot of my back muscles, I just get these really bad flare-ups and I can't get any progress on them. Everything else I'm relatively consistent on, but... You just break them so you don't have to worry about the possibility of them finally dying for good. That's right, just rage out. Snap that shit. I found a gym that does yoga and Muay Thai classes and has lifting. So fingers crossed that covers all my brokenness. My brokenness, not your brokenness. My bad. That is very nice to have it all in one. This has to be real thin here. I think the curve is actually going to inverse here. Or straighten out a little bit. They're $70. I'd much rather not lose them. Muay Thai's the best striking style on the planet. It's brutal. You've never heard of the tappy-tappy technique, dude. Clearly. Undefeated. The best legal style. Yes, guns are better. Yeah, guns win every time. The what? There's this guy on Instagram who's basically like one of those like fake martial artist dudes who does these like tutorials that are very like woo-woo, I guess. And he's always talking about like weird techniques like the tappy-tappy and shit. It's like some Filipino martial art guy or whatever. The one that makes people fake pass out. I don't know if I don't think I've seen that yet, but there are definitely a lot of guys like that. I do kind of love the McDojo stuff though. I'm also planning to join Muay Thai in a couple weeks. I had to put it on pause so I could get this PC. At this point, I like my brain cells intact, you know. I don't have a need to learn to fight. I don't really get fought a lot in my line of work. Gotta go, snack. I just stopped by for a bit. Good luck on your work. Your work looks so cool. Thanks, Deathbed. I appreciate you popping in, big dog. You take care. Lurk and work, baby. Do your thing, Jazz. This could be lower, I think. You don't get fought a lot yet. That sounds like you're threatening me, dude. The I'll protect myself with my energy shield was funny. Is that what he says at some point? I've only seen a couple of the clips, but I sent them to all my BJJ buddies. And by all of them, I mean one. Hello, me helping. Hello, Symphony on YouTube. Finally enough, the guys that I trained with when I was doing it before were probably some of the most peaceful and friendly I've ever met. They weren't kicking me in the head. I feel like every BJJ guy I've met, outside of like my buddy, has just been like some kind of like alt-right lunatic. I feel like the culture of like that group of people has shifted a lot in the last like decade because of like guys like Joe Rogan and like that whole manosphere shit. But what do I know? Maybe I'm wrong. FDG, hello, how are you? I'm good, dog. I'm good. How you doing, FDG, HDFG, HI3I? What a name. So original. Sorry for my name? Hey, don't be sorry, bro. I love it. Honestly, the Manosphere stuff has absolutely tainted a lot of things that are perceived as traditionally masculine, so I do see it being a weird vibe in those areas. Yeah, it's kind of like a bit of a poison, you know? Yeah, let's see how this looks. This should feel a little bit more stable. Ah, feels like it decreases in volume too much. How? Why? What did I do? Wow, incredible. Thanks, dude. There's some stuff not working for or working with it right now. So I'm trying to fix some volume changes. If you look at this little piece, just track this piece here, okay? And what you'll see is it shrinks in size, and that's no bueno. That's what I need to fix now. So if you track that little piece and you look, boom, it shrinks. Right here it shrinks, boom. Shrinks. That's the problem. Everything else tracks relatively okay. I just need to track that top bit. I gotta go back in there and fix that. Same deal on this one. I think I'll link the energy shield thing in the meme channel. Go for it, big dog. You like to draw FDG, HDFGH, I3I? I'm gonna stop saying your full name. I'm just gonna call you FD, but it's kind of a funny bit. I did some head sketches in class, and I cooked. Finally, some visual progress. Hell yeah, dude. Get it. I like that you say my full name. It says FDG, HD, FGH, I3I. I love that you post on my channel, dude. Still no luck on bodies, though? You gotta do some life drawing studies. That's the tech, dude. My time, I'm not home, is a rear in me, not shown. Now, this piece here actually needs to get wider as it comes more front on. Yes, I'm learning to draw. Hell yeah, dude. What do you like to draw, FD? I think that might be too wide. None of me. We believe, not my time. I'm not showing. Human gestures. Dope, dude, dope. I love drawing people, too. Today we're doing animation mostly, but normally I'm drawing a lot of people and shit. I've got them on some other canvases here. Thing I know. Somebody just discovered the emote button on YouTube, I think. Might be more than you can see. I'm not going. There's fear in me. It's not showing. Okay, let's see how this feels. I think this one needs to be just a bit wider, actually. Not going. This is your personal work? It is. It's based on a character exploration we did on this page here. I like the way this guy came out, and I want to do a 3D turnaround for him. So yeah. And then I'm going to make a template available for people to download that sort of helps teach people how to do 360 head rotation. Well, maybe not 360, but different head angles and tilts and how to think about it and all that stuff. That's what we're working on. Tizer Tech, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, big dog. Dude, my forearm muscle keeps twitching. Go down when you go down, down. And right round, right round. This is such an old song. Are you gonna include notes? Note down on how you did it or tips and tricks. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have, and I can show you here on the first frame. Essentially, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna break this guy out into you know, planes, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to label these planes on a cylinder rotating in space right next to it. And then what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to see how these chains grow and shrink. That's why I've got these 3 different regions here. You'll be able to see how these regions grow and how they shrink. And then you'll be able to identify, you know, at different tilts, what happens to the head. And so I'm going to animate this as well. But that's essentially the plan. It's gonna basically animate and pivot. I haven't done that part yet, but that's the idea. Now, the issue with this is I have to put the cylinder a little bit more on model so it feels a little bit more accurate. Like right now, these curvatures are going a little bit different. It should be a little bit more front on. It's because he's got brow lines and all that shit, but that should help. And then as this animates, you'll see sort of like the forehead. Forehead, ironically, actually kind of stays similar size. The largest change is going to be in the top plane, so it's probably going to go from something like this to something more like this. And you'll see this line grow, while these lines are... This line's going to stay relatively the same. These are all going to shrink, though. The green one is going to shrink the most. This one's going to shrink the second most. This one's going to go relatively unchanged, and this one's going to grow the most. And then what you're going to notice is it's going to help you understand how you push certain regions of the face to get the effect of having a really top-down look to your character. You know? So that's the idea. Will I have additional notes on that? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't really thought that far ahead, but... I could add notes, but I feel like, you know, the point is to have, like, these visual cues. I don't know if I really need notes. I could add them, I suppose. It can't hurt. Still shrinking in size. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a quick little leak. Actually, a quick big leak. I'm a big peer, okay? I'm gonna take a quick little leak. Oh shit! Hold that thought. We'll go piss after. All right, we just got raided. Bun Dango. I was actually lurking in your stream earlier, dude. It's crazy. What about a leak? I had to pee, but it's okay. I can hold it in. I can hold it in, dude. How was your stream? How you doing? Let me give you a little shout out. For those who don't know, Bun is a streamer here on Twitch. They're a fantastic character artist, and that's it. Really, that's my sales pitch. And you guys should go. You should go follow them. There's a lot of underrated artists on Twitch, and I feel like they don't get a lot of the love that they deserve. And I think Bun Dango is one of them. I lurk in her stream quite often. But, yeah, you're more than welcome to share whatever you were working on today. And if you don't want to, you know, all good. But if you want to share anything, you can link it up, no permission needed. And if you want to provide any links where people can follow you, other than just your Twitch, obviously, you can do that too, dude. Oh my god, the spinning head is so smooth. Thanks, dude. We're doing a little template to help people, understand head rotations and all that stuff, so that's what I'm working on right now. We're working on the hair at the moment. You caught me in the middle of announcing that I was gonna go take a bathroom break. And you know what? Oh, you got a link already. I was gonna say, while you're digging for your link, I'm gonna go to the washroom, but you know what? We'll pause. We'll hold it off for a couple more minutes. I won't piss myself, and if I do, it's great content. So sick, dude. So sick. All right, check this shit out. I'm gonna pull it up on a different canvas because this is an animation canvas. And it doesn't tolerate screenshots very well or copied images. Check this out. I'm gonna move my my timeline here. Isn't this sick, guys? It's crazy. I was doing hourly sketch commissions today. You do that shit in an hour, bro? I've been doing that head rotation for like a week. It's so fast. She's the cyborg bee girl, engineer. It's crazy. It's so nice. I'm terrible at doing like mech stuff. I always find it so difficult to do. I've just never trained in like a lot of environmental designs or like mechanical shit, so it just feels so unnatural, you know? But this looks really nice. I like the sort of like pixelated. Oh, my guy's hair is on like this layer here. I like the pixelated sort of like faces. It reminds me of like Tamagotchis or whatever the hell, or like I want to say Furbies, but it's not Furbies. There were like these like if you're I don't know how old you are. I'm like 31, so I'm a millennial ish, and I know back in the day we had these like dogs that did backflips and shit, and they had like the crazy pixelated facial expressions, and it reminds me a lot of that. Oh, I'm older than you? It's okay, dude. We'll all get there one day. Don't feel bad. But yeah, Bun Bun, if you want to link up any Instagrams or, Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever, dude, the floor is yours. Yeah, the little robo dogs. Exactly. You remember that dog? The dog that flips? Yeah, it was like the little. Mine was blue. I mean, it probably came into other. Probably came in other colors, but. Fellow old reporting in. My elder millennials, dude. Elder millennial. How was your stream today? Here's my Blue Sky. Hell yeah, dude. I don't use Blue Sky very often. I'll give you a follow if I'm not already. No, I'm not. But I don't use Blue Sky very often. I don't actually use social media very often. I have Instagram, and that's about it. I post to Instagram once every, like, couple months, if people are lucky. It's been a while since I posted to IG. I hate the social media grind, dude. It like erodes my soul. It makes me not want to draw or do anything. Nah, that's not true. I just don't like doing it. I'd give you a high five, but if I stand up, my spine will shatter. We don't want that, Adam. Keep your spine intact, please. For liability reasons, I can't be sued. Oh gosh, I understand. I mostly lurk everywhere I am. Yeah, I get that, dude. Well, look, Bun Bun, if you got stuff to do, if you got a life to live outside of streaming, don't let me stop you and don't let me hold you, you know? Go do your thing. Much like me, I have to pee, so I don't know what your state's like, but you're more than welcome to hang out. We're probably going to keep going on the animation stuff, and then from there, who knows what we'll do. My knee will collapse if I stand. Aye. I'll do the Easter things, and you go pee. Yeah, alright, guys. I'm going to go fucking drain my dick real quick. I'll be right back. BRB chat. I'll leave you guys on this image, and then I'm going to throw up the at here. At Bun. Dango. BRB. This is your first P, right? I think so. At least on stream. Anyways, I'll be back. myself a little carrot from the fridge, and I say little. It's not very little at all, actually, but I did get me a carrot. All hail Lord Symphony, Lord of Lurking. Tracking P breaks is wild. Everything that my chat has, okay, like all of these commands, they have nothing to do with me. None of these things are things that I've what layer? None of these things are things that I've requested or asked. They've just been created, most likely by Boba. He's the source of all chicanery on this channel, dude. I just dropped my stylus. Fuck. Where'd it go? There it is. He loves his girthy long carrots. The girthier, the better. You know? %100% gay. Crazy. That's actually a rare pull. I think the rarest one is like 101%. 100% is kind of crazy, though. We don't get that often. I'm gay and packing? Alright, we get it. You're gay, dude. We get it. Flexing the gayness. .3 out of 10? Look. He's a shower, not a user, you know? Can't get it hard with that link. .8, but a 10.5 out of 10? Damn, stroke gain off the charts, literally. Worst mental image ever. There's still a lot of weird size things going on. Okay. Let's see what the issue is. It's not the size of the boat, dude. It's the motion of the ocean, you know? I am a mouse after all. Everybody's projecting, dude. I feel like if I animated, I draw links to help guide the size of the hair stands and face features, because that's just how my brain works. That's what I'm doing. I'm tracking, and I noticed in one of the older versions, the hair was like lined up basically with the position of the eye, but it's actually a little higher. It's more lined up with the brow. So that's why I'm sort of tracking right now. There's no eye or brow here, but I'm guesstimating. It's gonna be my birthday soon, 25 days away? Hell yeah, dude. How old are you gonna be? $19. Damn. See how that feels. I just don't want it to feel like it's growing. Now it just feels like it's dropping aggressively. Oh, what a difficult volume to track, bro. Oh, damn, we're nearly birthday neighbors. Mine's in 22 days. Hell yeah, dude. Mine's in June, so I'm coming up. I'm coming up. What's that, like 2 months now? 3 months? I don't know. 2 months, I think. No audio? Damon, I'm gonna ban you if that's not true. I can see my audio meter working. You have 5 seconds to apologize. You're getting timed out. Ripple air. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm not gonna time your ass out, but... I think if there were more of you guys trying to troll me with my audio settings, I would definitely start getting a little violent, I think. Snacks should do some throwback and do an Easter Monday stream. Oh yeah, like extend back to my 4-day schedule. I think it might just be a bit quiet for them, but I'm happy to time them out anyways. Is my voice quiet? Is the music disproportionately loud? I need to know these things, you know? If it is fucked up, let me know. Don't hesitate. No, the music's quiet compared to your voice. Oh, no music is quiet. Oh, you want me to turn that up? Here you go. Oh, I didn't know there was music. Oh my god. Guys, you gotta tell me this stuff. I've had this music at this decibel rating forever. Every night, doing you right. So you guys just hear me humming along to nothing? Crazy. Wanna show you you are. You should be the one. Let me be the one to. Sola, did you cue this up? Danny did. Everybody been queuing up the sex music lately, dude. We whining and grinding out here. It's crazy. I've been to an archery tournament today. Hell yeah, dude. That's sick. How does that work? What are the rules of archery? Is it just like hit the bullseye? I got something for you. I'm nervous, dude. Nelly, Dilemma. Oh, shit. Out of control, baby, you know. You, what I do. Back to you every night, doing you right. Don't shoot the other competitors is probably a rule. I mean, it would be a very different sport if you could do that, I think. Imagine like Olympic, like, what was the thing where the Turkish guy with the no glasses or whatever? The like sharpshooting thing? Imagine if you could just shoot your competitors. If it was a Canadian sport, you'd 100% be able to just shoot the other guy. I don't know why, but Canadian sports, you can just beat the fuck out of each other randomly. Surprised you can't beat the fuck out of each other in basketball, because I'm pretty sure that's a Canadian sport. You guys want to see something insane? No, you're making me nervous. Why is everybody doing that? Why is everybody coming in and be like, I'm going to show you something crazy, dude? You want to know how I got these scars? Oh, shit! Oh, shit, Glad. Glad with the flex. Damn! You're actually the first organic VIP redeem. Let me get you to that. Let me get you that VIP ASAP, Queen. Let me crown my German queen real quick. Give me a second here. You want any of and protection. Show me your selection. Community. Roles manager. Let me love you. Be the one to think you want any and protection. Selection. Wait, love, suppose. Give it a little refresh and see how that fits. Let me tell you. Tell me if it fits right. Okay. Hopefully, I hit the save button. Oh. Imagine being a founder and a VIP. When I eventually get canceled, dude, your life is gonna be ruined. You're gonna be like my #1 fan. You're coming down with me. Real 2000s R&B was so good. Mad I was a child and not in the clutch. Amen to that. I was playing with Pokemon in the sandbox. Not if I'm the one canceling you. Oh, I've got mutually assured destruction there. I'm not worried. This is literally my mom's favorite song. My mom is obsessed with Celine Dion. "1993 kid, so I got it at school discos at least." Oh yeah, the fucking like middle school dances and shit. Same, dude. I'm a 1994 baby. Congratulations, Glad, on your VIP. I just want to say, I'm surprised it took this long for somebody to get VIP. Not to shit on everybody else, but you won the race. You're the first organic VIP. I will say, Boba probably could have redeemed VIP, but because he's a mod, you can't do both. You can't get VIP if you're a mod. It's one or the other, unfortunately. I do. Oh, but you can't. Did you not just hear me? Is he over? You've redeemed VIP twice now, Boba. You fucking prestiged. What do you want me to do? I can't do anything about that. Double it and give it to the next one. 2 VIPs for Glad. I assume you're just gonna refund yourself, Boba. Oh yeah, Snack. I was gonna say, if you need another mod, I'm usually here. Based. I have so many mods right now. But you are mature enough for me to consider you as a mod. I don't need any mods right now. Once one of my mods dies or is killed, you can take their place. We're gonna do a medieval monarchy style replacement. We're gonna have heirs and next in line. Why would you put a target on our backs? What's a mod dies? You can be mod. Matter what I do. I'm not getting the Discord mod I crave, so I'll be fair and grounded, trust me. I feel like I'm the most level-headed mod. I feel like I'm always the one stepping in front of the firing squad and being like, whoa, hold on, let's wait a minute. I guess I should enjoy these ribs as my final meal. I don't think anybody's coming for you. You're too far, bro. You're in the UK. I'm definitely the most level-headed mod. You guys are way too trigger-happy. Lately, I've been just basically shooting on sight. I've been very little patience with certain things. Boo. Crazy over you. Matter what I do. You know, think about is you. Oh. I'm pretty sure there's literally a clip of me singing along to this, except because my audio channels for Spotify are on a different channel, it's just me going, oh, over and over. I just want to change the channel comment. What do you mean, like my title? You can't do that unless you're an editor. And that's like a different title. Boba's the only editor on my channel. He can change my stream title to whatever he wants. He doesn't, though. Oh, on Discord? That's such an old clip, dude. So now that you've given them a location, I'm cooked. I didn't give them a location, dude. You talk about being in the UK every stream. Glad wants to kick Dame. Glad he's your chatter. I have to protect Damon from Glad. It changes angle. It needs to be a little bit more curved. I'm just gonna liquefy it, dude. I'm so lazy. I just don't want to redo this shit again. Live 2D mentioned? Yeah, let's see how that feels. It's probably gonna be a little wobbly, but no, it feels better. Okay, I just gotta clean it up a little bit. It's still very weirdly... Like, the spacing is really weird. As you get, like, around the middle here, it just kind of jumps around a little bit. I don't like it. Oh yeah, watch out, guys. Sometimes if you guys exceed the 3 song limit, it'll blacklist you, and then I have to manually like restart the bot. At least that's what happened to Zaza. I don't know if that's just him. He's had a lot of bad luck with the bot, but we want to see, oh baby, please be my boo. Know about us, but you know about us. Shit, my bad. I was lost in the sauce. All good, though. I ain't mad. Yeah, this one needs to grow a little bit. My baby, you are mine, my boo. You know you're mine. Ooh, it's so right now. It's okay. In each other for now. I'm gonna keep singing these songs really poorly, by the way. What inspired the early 2000s/90 vibe today? You're asking me like I'm choosing these songs. I don't know. People just queuing shit up. I ain't mad at it though. Damn, the angle's really off, eh? People screaming your name. I feel like this has to start being less curved and a little more front on. Thinking nobody's still in your eyes. A fool. Seen each other in a while. You'll always be my boo. Hey everyone, what up, Nancy? How you doing, dog? What's cracking, Nancy? What's cracking? It's okay. In my life, will always be my boo, my oh, my oh, my oh. Ooh. Ooh, wrong pen. I was like, that feels weird. You were mine. Are you feeling any better? That's a good question. How's your cold going, dude? I've been asleep on and off today with the wildest fever dreams. Oh, okay. Maybe not doing much better. You sounded pretty rough the other day on stream. Know about us, and it's the only way I know how to rock. Been feeling fine, baby. By the end of the stream, we're gonna need a wet floor sign. Visited my grandma's. I'm back for drawing. What a combo of sentences, dude. Welcome back, DK. Get to it, King. I'm gonna make this wider. You like XXX Temptation? I'm alright on him. He's got some songs that are okay. I feel like it's kind of corny though, a little bit. But I don't hate it. It's more of like a 3 a.m. vibe thing. I don't know if I want to hear him right now. Isn't he dead? He is dead. I should say he was corny. What's your go-to meal that you never get tired of? Bro, pizza. I could eat pizza if it didn't kill me, obviously. I could eat pizza every day of the week. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you're asking me what I regularly eat as a go-to, probably a lot of ground turkey with taco seasoning. I used to love that dude back in the day. You're 19, bro. You're still back in the day. You and my brother are pizza addicts, apparently. Based. Pizza's just dope. I'd eat pizza every day. Pizza, burgers. Pizza for sure, though. I have a confession to make. Are you about to tell me you've never had pizza before, bro? Who hurt you? Spaghetti bolognese. Can eat it all month without a problem. I'm not a pasta guy, dude. I feel like pasta is just like, it never hits the spot for me. I'm like, I need something heartier. Every single time, I'm like, pasta is just like too mid for me. I'm just not a big pasta guy. Unless it's got like meatballs. If you got like some big meat, chunky meatballs in there, I need sustenance, you know? Some boy meal. I think my go-to's chicken wings. If it wasn't for the price, I'd eat them every day. You could buy chicken thighs are also a good alt. Chicken wings also, I mean they hit a special kind of way, but mid mid maybe isn't the right term. I'm never personally for me, I'm never gonna choose pasta over something else. Pasta's just not my thing, which is tragic because it damages my aspirations of becoming a Japanese man. I don't think I'd ever enjoy ramen the same way I would other things. I'm Italian. We die if we don't eat pizza or pasta for more than a week. All right, fair. I do feel like pasta's versatile. I just don't think it's strong enough of a carb by itself to enjoy. My thing with pasta is just it's just kind of like I never feel full, or if I do, I always just gotta like eat more later. Like it's never like one of those things where it's like okay, I can stop now. Pasta is one of those things where it's like I just there's still a feeling of emptiness afterwards with pasta that I just don't feel with like more hearty meals with like meat and shit. I made a dessert pasta dish once that was pretty solid. Dessert pasta. How does that work? You didn't just insult ramen. Uh oh. I think I'm open to a can of worms on that one. Allows you. Ramen fills you up. Do you drink the broth? I do. I mean, it fills you up, but it also makes you piss like crazy. I don't know. I don't enjoy soup style dishes that much. I really am like a meat and potatoes type of guy, you know? This is the me thing, dude. You don't have to take it like this is not a prescription on how you need to live your life. Pizza has everything you need. Exactly. Sweetened pasta dough filled with cheesecake topped with creme anglaise and fruit. Crazy. That does sound pretty good. I don't know what sweetened pasta dough is though. African food. My favorite dish, or not dish, I guess. My favorite genres of food are Mexican or Indian. Those two like flavor profiles are like my favorite types of food. But pizza is just like always a go-to. I'm never gonna say no to pizza. You know, it's the perfect. It's the perfect like filler food. If you need to just think of something, pizza. Imagine going to a ramen shop and say, "Give me some of that pasta soup." It's soup, bro. You can argue with me. It's soup. It's in a bowl of water. All right. Banku or fufu? I think I've had fufu. Is that like Ethiopian food where they like give you like that big like sour bread thing? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh no, I don't think I've had this actually. You know what side I can always enjoy? Macaroni salad with the way I make it. See, I feel like macaroni salad works because of the cheese. Okay, I will say if there's a pasta dish with heavy cheese and meat, then it's a little bit hardier. But like some light sort of, some light pasta dish just ain't for me, dude. I'm Italian. I feel like Italians here make scammy, expensive like pizza because they make it like a true Neapolitan gourmet pizza. The Egyptians make fine, cheap pizza. I went to Italy like a long time ago. I think it was like 2017. I want to say, and I had pizza there. It's very different than Western pizza. I will say it wasn't bad though, and you don't really have to tip in Italy, which is awesome. Having curry right now, made by my loving husband, based. I love me some Indian food. Fufu is like a not baked bread potato thing, right? I think so. I think it's like a doughy bread type deal. Here's a real question. Which fast food chain makes the best pizza for their price? I personally go with Little Caesars. Price to pizza ratio? I mean in Canada I don't think we have Little Caesars, but our equivalent would be like Pizza here, I think. Maybe we do have Little Caesars actually. But Pizza is like bang for buck, you can't really get any better than that. Right. It's okay. The other way. Domino's and I honestly guys, this is gonna sound I know a lot of people either love it or hate it, but I fucking love Pizza Hut. I just like the greasy butteriness of it. I don't care if it's like a floppy pizza. I just want like Pizza Hut. It fucks me up to eat, but I just love it, dude. We do have Little Caesars based. Okay. I don't think I've ever had Little Caesars. Indian food is meh. Aside from sambusa, you mean samosas? That bitch is pretty crazy. I disagree. There's so many good dishes in Indian cuisine, bro. I mean, if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. I think it's sick though. I've always preferred a Papa John's over a Domino's, but we've always just go to our local family-owned type place. That's what I do too. I don't think I've ever had Papa John's in my life. Fufu is a Ghanaian food that's made out of saba dough, I think, and it's usually consumed with soup or a pepper sauce, fish or meat. Yeah, that sounds awesome. Indian food slaps. A store open close to me. I am blessed. We have a lot of Indian places in Canada. We had like a large like Indian immigration like population when we had like international students and stuff like that. So there's a lot of Indian places here. It fucking rules. I love Indian food. I'm okay with Indian food. I just hate the fact that they use a lot of coriander because I have that gene that makes coriander taste like soapy metal and it ruins every dish. You mean you don't mean coriander. You mean the fuck is it? Cilantro. Cilantro, whatever. Or is coriander the same thing? People hate on Little Caesars, but the price is affordable. The quality isn't the worst. And if you just want regular pepperoni, you're in and out in seconds. I tried places like Domino's, Papa John's, Pizza Hut. Little Caesars just hits the right spot for me. I watched that clip of that streamer who was like just absolutely milking the fuck out of Little Caesars, and that's kind of how I feel about Pizza Hut, dude. It just holds you down through the tough times. It's like dirt cheap. You're gonna be shitting all day the next day, but man, does it hits the spot for a cheap price. You can get like a medium pizza for like $10. Crazy. Like where can you get that anywhere else? Cilantro is coriander. The UK calls cilantro coriander. Oh shit, what the fuck? I didn't know that. I love cilantro. It makes me throw up. Damn, dude. Weak genes. You guys got weak genes, dude. I got a diverse palate. That's all I'm saying. I'm superior breeding stock here. Pizza Hut's my second favorite, but only if I'm going to sit down and eat or buying wings in the pizza. I just love Pizza Hut. It's like buttery and greasy. It's perfect. You're French. Silence. The fact that I've made it this far through all of the generations of French inbreeding says a lot. Okay, and I like the taste of cilantro. Build diff. You heard that chat. Snack wants to be bred. I'm just saying hypothetically. I'm not saying like put me in like some sort of milking factory or whatever. What's your death row meal? I've thought about that. I really don't know, dude. I'm so mood dependent with food. It's really difficult for me to give like a proper death row meal. You know, I feel like I'd change my mind, or I'd have to. I feel like a burger, some pizza, probably like a nice donut or a cinnamon roll or something like that. I need that dessert, you know, or a chocolate cake. I don't like hard candy or anything, so I'd probably be like getting a dessert or whatever. Oh, this actually does not stay as large. Glad goes VIP and asks for a death meal. I should reiterate, if I die, nobody gets modded. But if one of the mods dies, then you guys can replace them. I think we're targeting the wrong people here. Glad better VIP than mod. Yeah, David is terrified of the idea of like Glad as a mod. I don't blame you, dude. She'd be coming for you instantly. I'll loot you when you die. I'm wearing a t-shirt and pajama bottoms right now. It's the most dressed up I've ever been for stream. I had this convo once and got laughed out of the room with my answer. What's your answer? I'd want to cook my last meal. Nah, I want to be served my last meal by the guard I hate the most. Actually, no, I probably wouldn't want that. I'd probably want it from the guard I like the most. You stream naked? No, I usually stream in my underwear. But today I'm wearing. They're not pajamas. They're Roots sweatpants. Black Roots sweatpants. They're awesome. I never go full naked, dude. It's not good for the furniture, you know? I have a limited amount of furniture. I have to optimize my use of it. They'd give him a McDonald's and just do it. I think they could only spend $25 or whatever. $25? No, there's no way, dude. Aren't all these guys asking for like steak dinners and shit? Like baked potatoes and like, you know. Boom, 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 boom. Maria, Maria. I'm unjustly persecuted based on fabricated charges. Is this true? To be fair, I said difficult to get doesn't mean that it has to be expensive. My last meal answer was sticky toffee pudding and custard. You wouldn't have like a meat or something with that? I think that's fine. How would you guys like to be executed? Injection, firing squad, hanging? I don't know if I want to hear your answers actually. After asking that, I kind of regret asking. Death by old age. Yeah, death by cancer. Maria, a West Side Story. Just like a movie star. I'd want my last meal to be something super tasty like chocolate cake and some pastries. Now we're talking. Death row meal, what's your crime? Smoking weed. I think firing squad, death by sniff sniff. I don't know what that means. Death by snoo snoo. I don't know if I actually want that one. Like a broken pelvis. Boofing? You want to be boofed to death? That's horrible. For those who weren't here for yesterday's conversation, boofing is when you consume usually drugs anally. Would be a horrible way to die. It'd probably be quick though. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe that's not too bad. Still like wobbly. Oh, it's so wobbly. It like pisses me off, dude. Why is it so wobbly? I think it's just the spacing on the rotation. Whatever. I'm gonna stop fucking with it. It's gonna take me forever to fix. It is driving me crazy though. Maria, Maria, Venice, LA. I said I was gonna not fuck with it, but here I am fucking with it. If you want real answers, then probably carbon monoxide because you just fall asleep. I feel like I'd want something instant though. I feel like if I know I'm being poisoned with carbon monoxide, I'd be like freaking out. I would rather just like get shot in the head or something like that, you know, like unknowingly, just like one day I wake up and there's a gun in my face and it's over. Little Tony Soprano style. Did someone say so waddly? I hope not, dude. I'm gonna mod glad if you cue that up. I'd rather go out in my sleep as a real answer. Same, dude. Just a middle finger. It'd also be a disaster to clean up. Would you say as your answer? Oh, injections the best since they get drawn out because no company wants their medicine to be used. No, that'd be worse though, because I feel like if you're eventually gonna die, I just want to get it over with. I don't want to live in constant fear of being like, my days are numbered. You know, that's horrible. Like, I wouldn't want to know when I'm gonna die. 8 years are just like out of position. I think that's sort of the main issue right now. I'm gonna have to fix all that shit. The spacing here is very odd. Oh, okay, that works way better. Fabby der Panda, how you doing, Fabby der Panda? How's it going, dog? I'm offering a bounty of 1 jiggle or flat for plausible deniability on someone else's queuing it up. You're doing a queue for a waddle trade or a queue for a big titty redeem. Neon Anderson 30, thank you for the follow. Get in here, big dog. Get in here, Neon. Or Neo, I should say. My bad. I can't read sometimes. Bro, this feels like some Smash Brothers music. I ain't mad at it. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. Wow, nice channel. Thanks, dog. I try, Neo. This convo has me dissociating hard. Can't handle the waddle, do you? Or can you? What up, Otter? How you doing, dude? Otter, look, Glad got promoted. She's a VIP now. My long-term plan is to marry Glad Sass for the green card and citizenship. Wait, you're like bringing Glad to America? Or are you going to Germany? Mod me snack. Damon, I can't protect you, bro. You can't be saying you're gonna marry Glad, dude. She's always been a VIP. Yes, yes. But everybody knows the real VIPs are bought and paid for. I'm a German potato. Very nice. I'm a German nothing. I'm a Canadian mouse. The ones who don't want to be mods make the best ones. Uh, it's possible. I don't know. I don't actually know what all my mods' opinions are on being modded. Fun fact, in Germany right now, it's 8:27 p.m. Crazy, dude. Here it's 2:27 p.m. Rusty, how you doing, dog? What drink and or snack that you've had that is now discontinued that you wish you could have right now? Oh my god. I don't know, dude. I feel like I've always been like a water guy. I'm very boring. I'm very boring, dude. I really have no answer for that. Snack. I'm trying to think of a snack. Dunkaroos, do they still make those? I think they do, right? I remember those tasting so fucking good when I was a kid, and then I think I had some as an adult, and I was like, this shit's kind of mid. Fago? That's like the Juggalo drink, isn't it? Not everywhere? I'm trying to think. RC Cola. That's still a thing, though, isn't it? Yeah, RC Cola is for sure still a thing, I think, here. Fago's still around. Why use military time? The French use military time. McDonald's in America used to have fried chicken. Are there any like chains that I used to really like that don't exist anymore? Hmm. Can't really think of anything. OG Trabi soda. I remember Coke was making a drink called Vault, and it was their competition against Mountain Dew, but it didn't have that aftertaste Mountain Dew had. Okay. I think I vaguely remember that. I don't really remember much though. I was never a big pop guy, you know? I didn't consume a lot of pop growing up. It's 12 a.m. in the night or the noon. It's 2:30 p.m. Is it really midnight for you, Glad? There's no way. Because I feel like you message me sometimes at like 8 p.m. and that would make it like fucking like 6 a.m. for you on like a work night. She was just asking. Oh, okay. I don't know, dude. I can't follow chat. Is Toys R Us still open? The Bay isn't. Or Sears? You can't read. All right. Meanest VIP I got, dude. We do be chatty today. That's true. True. But I do. Return of the Mac. Turn up the Mac. Turn up the Mac. Turn up the Mac. To me. Are you gonna threaten me with taking away my VIP now? No, I'm a firm believer of property rights. Once you've bought it, it's yours. I would never do that. I'm not big government, okay? Don't worry. I got my DS Lite from Toys R Us base, dude. I got all of my games from Toys R Us. Flat is back. It's a respectable amount of time, I think. We're going back with the what we're doing from now on. Otter for heads up is we're running with a cooldown after somebody does a redeem. There's been too many direct cancels, and I want people to have their moment in the sun. You know, when they use a redeem. Now, I don't think the cooldown's gonna be like some crazy amount of time. It could be like 5 minutes or whatever. But I just want people to get their money's worth. It feels bad when people get like instantly canceled. Snack, do you have a favorite art book for heads or figures? Oh my god, a mouse Sona says Ratoon Patty over on YouTube. How you doing, Ratoon Patty? Favorite book. I really read like a lot of the traditional stuff, like Loomis and stuff like that. But I didn't really like my learning is a mix of Loomis. It's a mix of YouTube tutorials. It's a mix of art school. It's all kinds of shit, dude. So it's really hard for me to point to like one reference. For the longest time, Pizza Hut had these wings that I missed for the longest time because our Pizza Hut started with their Wing Street brand. A truck stop just a few minutes from me had a small Pizza Hut that sold the original wings, and it literally felt like I went into a time machine and experienced a childhood memory. That's crazy. You know what I wish was like back? Good McDonald's toys, dude. I was talking about McDonald's toys with somebody recently, and like the McDonald's toys back in the day used to be so fucking dope. And now they're so mid. McDonald's just kind of does like the cheapest bullshit. But they used to be so good. Here to steam press your brain? That sounds painful. I want people to stare at my tits for 5 minutes. No, that's not why. I mostly wanted to say hello, but I got stuck around for Glad. I'm going to chill before I leave for dinner. Bye, Pookies. Peace out, Otter. I appreciate you popping in. Enjoy your Easter. McDonald's is the ultimate sellout. They are a lot more expensive these days. I don't eat there as much as I used to. Mostly because of the price, though. Cereal boxes also don't have toys in them anymore. That's true, dude. Oh my god, that reminds me. Back in the day, I was also talking about this with somebody. And like back in the day, toys, you used to get like straight up video games, dude. I remember getting like Roller Coaster Tycoon in like my fucking Captain Crunch or some shit. Or like a Sonic like platformer, or like I don't know. I don't know if they did The Sims and shit. But they definitely did like old games in cereal boxes. I don't know if it was Captain Crunch, but it was like one of those. They sold video games inside food packages? Bro. Yeah, dude. You must be young. I gotta say, we are an 18 plus channel. If you're under the age of 18, you gotta skedaddle, unfortunately. But yeah, dude, back in the day, maybe a lot of Zoomers don't know this, but back in the day, you could just get video games in your cereal boxes. Wait, I didn't know that? Sorry, bye. Peace out, dog. See you in a few years. Most streamers would shave their heads for this kind of organic bipartisan partitioning. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Damon. What? YouTube has no background music, by the way. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. I forgot to loop the video. Now it should be on. How's that working, Boba? Is it good now? Baboo Boba. I remember getting Bionicles in cereal boxes. That's crazy. That's some peak shit, dude. You don't want a wrinkle-free brain? Is that can you function properly if your brain is wrinkle-free? You know you want to rap. Dude, this came out when I was in like high school. I was raised by a granola parent. We couldn't have the cereal that came with the toys. Tragic, dude. I had to beg my parents for it, but they did do it every now and then. That's how I played Roller Coaster Tycoon. Boba on YouTube says, I had a Shrek sticker that smelled like foul chicken roast. Well, maybe they do it a little different in your country. Put AAA video games back in cereal? Yeah, let me get Assassin's Creed in my cereal box. We're really just listening to fuck music all stream, dude. We out here. Gyrating. Getting wet and sweaty. Flat gang warring with jiggle enthusiasts. Yes. Duality of man. No, the wrinkles are important. That's good. You'll understand that if you look up a koala's brain and understand that they only eat poison. They also, they're like riddled with STDs, unless that's like a myth, but I've heard that before. My mom was so granola, I became a klepto at the ripe young age of 10 because I wanted to know what airheads taste like. Thus began my life of crime. Guys, I know they're speaking rhetorically, okay? No crimes were committed and no crimes are being confessed to on my stream. If you're the FBI and you're watching, I have no idea what this person's talking about. Allegedly, exactly. I'm getting you hot and bothered. It's just that you got donkey in your name, dude. How could I not? I pay for everything I consume always. Taxpayer over here. Nah, koalas mostly all have chlamydia. I was about to say relatable, but that's not relatable at all. I don't have chlamydia. Is it true that there's a chlamydia epidemic amongst koalas? Apparently. You want me to break the sexy music? I can break it, just say the word. I'm fine with the sex music, dude. If you guys want to be whining and grinding all stream, it don't bother me. Aren't koalas high as fuck all the time? They could be. You know why. It is crazy how good early 2000s, like, R&B was. They just don't make it like this anymore. I'll show you why I got the name Donkey. Waiting for somebody to queue up Pony, dude. Don't end the stream, Orgy, please. I'm so close. You're gonna come all over your new PC, dude. You're gonna ruin it. This sounds like some shit I'd hear in, like, Conker's Bad Fur Day. We are not whining and grinding to this one. Beef? How you doing? Long time no see, Beef. How goes the Polish streaming? Speak French, 1 minute? Ok, il est 2h40. Comme exactement sur la seconde. D'habitude, quand je commence à parler en français, il est toujours comme 2h41 et comme 17 secondes. Donc je vais toujours tracker comme le montant de temps que je parle. Mais puisqu'il est comme 2h41 exact, je peux parler pour 1 minute straight, puis ça va pas être comme... Ça va me mêler quand je check le temps. Donc, il n'y a pas vraiment grand-chose à dire quand je vous parle en français. Je vois que Loué Alzaher sur YouTube, il dit allô. Allô, Loué. On est en stream anglais, mais en ce moment, on est en train de parler en français juste temporairement. Puis on va retourner à vous parler en anglais bientôt. Menteur, je suis toujours en train de faire du lurking. Tu lurk dans mon stream. Je grind au point de collectionner assez de points pour le ASMR pour ma fête. Ah, ça va être un beau petit cadeau de fête, ça, je pense. Espérons. Holy fuck, il est clean avec ça. Ouais, je sais, ben je suis francophone, je sais pas quoi dire. Ma mère est française, donc j'ai toujours parlé en français quand j'étais un enfant. J'ai passé tout mon temps des écoles secondaires en français. La seule école que j'ai été en anglais, c'était mon collège. Anyways, that's enough French for 1 minute there. That's more than a minute. Just streaming VODs for next month or more. I do a like and a subscribe. Thank you, Lue. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the like and subscribe over on YouTube. Shout out to Lue. How you doing, Lue? You like to draw? We're animating right now. I'm trying to work through some kinks on this bad boy. Not the good ones. Wait, no, I think you said it could. I did say it could. I said school. I said I said the only English school I went to is my college. All other schools, high school, middle school, elementary school, kindergarten, they were all French. And I'm not talking like French immersion. I'm talking like 100% French. Every class I took was in French up until college. Whoa, you're the best art on Ablicition. What's Ablicition? Thanks, dog. I appreciate it. You can dance like this. You make a man want to speak Spanish. Si, bonita. Shakira, Shakira. Talk like that. Wait, you draw so nice. First time being here. Alamanda Rinka. Thank you for the compliment, bro. Welcome in, dog. I'm gonna try and take art seriously for the summer, but I tend to lose motivation. I get it, dog. You just gotta keep at it, you know? I've been at it for a very long time, and I'm an old-ass man. It comes with time. So don't stress. He's actually animating. I do actually animate. I want to know more languages. Dude, learn more languages then. In Canada, it's kind of tough to get into French schools because if your parents aren't French, they won't let you attend. They're very like gatekeepy with French-only schools here. My mom's fully French, so long as one of your parents is French. My dad doesn't speak a lick of French, but my mom is fully French. I hope you know your song requests are the only reason I have Spotify. Spotify's dope, dude. I feel like it's so slept on. Well, no, it's not slept on at all, actually. It's quite popular. My mom says French is romantic. I don't think she's ever heard Canadian French. Fuck. Who gave me a little follow? Who's following little old me, huh? Alamanda Rinka. Thank you for the follow. What a name, too. Louis Alazar. Or Alzahir. I mean on a laptop, not on papers. I mean, I want to draw on a laptop or iPad, not on paper. Hey, let's do it, bro. I'm a digital artist, so I can't talk shit. On tonight, and my hips don't lie. Action. I'm on tonight, and my hips don't lie. I'm starting to feel you, boy. Alamanda Rinka. Is it like Amanda and Salamander combined? I don't see the salamander in there. Unless it's like Alamander. Alamander Inca? Could be. Will there be a French dub of the follow notification? I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. I don't know, I speak Polish, English, a bit of German, and Russian. Damn, another Polish. Another Polski. Where's Beef at? Beef? If you're a true lurker, you would respond to me right now. Lewoo! Lewoo! Ests. Mandarinka is Mandarin in Polish, and Alla is my nickname. Oh, I see. I don't think you don't need to say la woo. You would just like, you know, French wolves are not, they don't use like what are they called? Why am I blanking on what type of fucking grammatical term la is? I guess it's like a gendered pronoun, sort of. It's been a while since I've taken French grammar classes, okay? Bear with me here. Articles? It's possible. I have no idea. I'm just gonna defer to whoever tells me the answer. Gosh, animating looks so cool. It's a giant pain in the ass, but it is rewarding. I think this needs to be a little straighter. Genuine gasp. I love Liminal Space and Sonic. What up, dude? It's a sick name. Sit slow. So it is Leawu. It's not Leawu, guys. You would just go. God, it's. I've watched this channel before, but my username and channel changed. Oh, base, dude. Well, welcome back. I actually don't know what my hair looks like from this perspective. Okay, it's just the bangs are coming around here. No, it's not the bangs. It's the spikes. So they would actually pop out sooner, I think. Probably around here, I feel like you'd probably start seeing it. How far out do they pop? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. When his head's, like, fully back like this, you would for sure see some spikes popping out. Indie shop. Wait, who are you drawing? He's just a character I made. He's not from anything. Yet. He's from this, not this page. He's from, this is Bun Bun's drawing. By the way, guys, if you guys like this artwork, go follow Bun Bun Dango on Twitch. But it's from a little character exploration we did a few weeks ago. Just a bunch of random heads. And then I really like the way this guy turned out. So we're gonna be expanding on that and doing some animations with him. Fuck. Is that a dreaded OC? You know, I will say it is probably actually my OC. How many minutes has the live been live for? Probably 2 hours and 50 minutes now. Lue over on YouTube. Yeah, it must be a pain, but such talent I'm looking at. No, thank you. Thank you. You can get there, dude. I'll help you out. You know, I got a little community where people give each other feedback and critiques and stuff, with the goal of improving. Okay, I just gotta count the amount of spikes here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta track all 4. I'm gonna start with the top one here, just because it's gonna be easier to track. We'll just do the 1. I have drawings and it's chibi style, I just can't draw anything realistic or anything else. Well, you know, practice makes perfect. There's always time. Discipline is the most powerful tool in art. Yeah. I want to agree with that. I just feel like discipline alone isn't like enough, you know? I feel like you need a lot of like peripheral systems in your life to make discipline stick. It's like it's such a hard thing to just brute force, you know what I mean? Did you use books, like art books, to learn or draw, or tutorials, or all alone? Dude, I've had this question so many times today. It's crazy. What a coincidence. Sometimes people don't ask me this very often. But for whatever reason, I've been asked this question like 3 times today. It's hard to give an answer to that, Alamanda, The reason being is because I've learned from different resources at different points in my life, right? I've studied from books, I've studied from YouTube tutorials, I've studied just on my own, I've studied in school. I have an animation diploma, right? So I went to college for this. But so it's really hard for me to say that there's one definitive thing that has caused me to learn. I think the most important thing, Alamanda, is you should have a diverse source, or a diverse range of sources that you learn from. Don't learn from just one thing. Learn from a bunch of different things, because sometimes you'll get one explanation and it might help you, but then once you get a second explanation from a different person who explains it a different way, what happens is it makes it click in a way that it didn't click before. And so, you should always be looking for different resources. So my advice to you, if that's what you're asking, is to just try a bunch of different shit. Wait, why don't you have many likes and subs? I don't know, bro. I don't know. YouTube is a weird website. It's very difficult to grow on YouTube. I do pretty well on Twitch. Like, there's 50 people watching on Twitch right now, but there's 4 on YouTube. And I can't seem to be able to grow on YouTube. I don't know why. I've been doing it. I stream at the same time every weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I've been doing it for years now. Almost 2 years. But YouTube is just a different algorithm, you know? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I think the forehead would actually bulge a little bit more like this. If the requirement for being a good artist had to be salaried, discipline would take the big bucks, and peripheral things would be underpaid. I just watch YouTube for liminal spaces and some other things, I'm not gonna lie. Well, everybody uses the medium differently for their own uses. Lue says, it's not fair, you draw so cool. Thanks, man. You're speaking my language right now, dude. Amen to that, brother. Yeah. YouTube just has a shit category for streaming. Yeah, it would be nice if they sectioned it out. And also, YouTube does this thing where it punishes your channel if you do long and short form content. So when you create a YouTube channel, if you do long form content, but then you start posting short form, it's gonna stifle your short form growth because the algorithm categorizes your channel as either a long form or short form specialized channel. And so you're less likely to get seen by people if you do both. My channel is a bit of a mix of everything, so. But I'm mostly long form. I mostly do live streams, right? So I haven't done a reel in a while. Run it, jump on it. Unless you put out art tutorials regularly, then it's not going to push it much. Exactly, yeah. I don't do a lot of other stuff that I should do to grow on social media, you know? I think I gotta do this backwards. So I think I gotta actually build this way and wrap it around. It's gonna be too hard for me to sort of guess the forms from the other perspective. How to animate in Photoshop? I'm trying to animate my character. I don't know. I use Clip Studio Paint, you know? It's hard for me to give advice on how to animate in Photoshop. I've never done it. Baban gets pushed, so even regular long form is no surefire way. Yeah, it's hard to say, dude. There's a lot of really talented creators, you know, that just don't see the light of day. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh my god, there was a Big Daddy Longlegs, and I just threw my clothes on it, and I'm staying in my bed. I don't blame you. I'm not really like that scared of spiders, to be quite honest, but. Boba says, I animated Snacks PNG in Photoshop. Did you really? I didn't realize you were that big of a Photoshop head. I have trouble with what I can imagine something in my head and can't put it onto paper, or I can't think of anything at all. Well, Alamanda, the trick is basically to draw a lot of things that you see first, and then what happens is you're able to draw them in your mind. So, like, you can't just draw something from imagination if you haven't practiced drawing it from a visual source first. There's this thing called a visual library, but essentially what that is, it's just a collection of things that you've practiced drawing based off of reference or things that you've seen before. And in order to draw from imagination, you have to be able to have pre-existing understandings of how things work without the reference, or with the reference. Sorry. I really like traditional art, but my pen's layer too fast and it'll start to rip. Just trace over it. I just think that Photoshop doesn't have the most intuitive timeline. I will say, I prefer the TV Paint timeline instead of the Clip Studio Paint timeline. It's just so much nicer. I just don't like the brushes and the keybinds in TV Paint. And a lot of them are like hard-coded, so you can't actually change them. Bubba loves the Adobe Corporation. He does. He tells me all the time in private. So far, I've been animating in Photoshop because it's what I have. I'm scared to jump to a new program. Learning a new program is scary. CSP is really, really easy to move to from Photoshop. Why don't you draw so speedily? What do you mean? Like, why don't I draw faster? I'm talking to people right now. It's hard to focus on drawing and talking, Like, I could draw something quick enough. Like, if I want to do a head here, I could probably draw a head relatively quickly. There you go. I drew a head in like 5 seconds. Not actually 5 seconds, but... There you go. I'm just trying to focus, and when it comes to animation, you have to really track every little thing. And if you don't, then it gets really, really fucked up looking, to be quite honest. You're animating in CSP right now, right? Correct. Snack did something scary. What did I do? Right, Snack, what's your CSP code? It's in my bio. If you go to the affiliate links section, there's a link to Clip Studio Paint. If you click on that and then purchase for a subscription or whatever, I think it should give me a cut. It should work. Nobody's redeemed it yet, so I have no idea. But we'll find out, I guess. Either way, it doesn't cost anything extra. No, I mean draw faster, not so fast. Not sure I know what you mean, big dog. When I draw, it helps if I talk to people. That's a lot of people. That's like most of the people on my Twitch channel right now are drawing or, just focusing and studying or doing whatever or asking questions. What it's all about, baby. Are there tutorials for animating in CSP? Yeah, there's not a lot of them, though. Oh, well, never mind. Forget what I said. Jadu says there's so many, it's crazy. I couldn't find that many, to be honest. Jadu does know his shit, though, so if you ever need to harass someone, I would just bother him. I started learning how to animate in CSP, like, a few months ago, dude. Like, this is all new to me. I used TV Paint before this. When I draw, if I go slow, it's nice, but when I go fast, it looks questionable. That's the way to do it. You got to take your time, you know? Speed comes with time. Why can't we really see your face? Because I'm hideous, dude. I'm disgusting. I'm disfigured. My nose is basically where my eyebrows are. One of my eyeballs is like below my cheekbone, and my ears are basically lopsided. Where I hear from the top diagonal corner of my head. Snack chop, exactly. Snack's the alien humanoid. He's not of this earth. Yay! Yay! Amen, brother. No one looks disgusting. You see everyone as normal, pretty, and so do they. That's true. Everybody's beautiful in their own way. Snack's a snack. Thank you, DK. Or DD. Yay, 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 yay. My mom tells me I'm beautiful on the inside. How does she know what you look like on the inside? Okay, I gotta actually fucking do this shit. Alright, we got this hairpiece here. He's going this way. I gotta make him go backwards. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this layer, this drawing here. I'm gonna add it to the end here, just because it loops around, but I want to be able to actually... be able to see it on my onion skin. So I'm gonna add it there. I'm gonna link it. What are we doing? What layer is it? 1A. Where's 1A? There we go. I also need the face to be looped. So I need to be able to see the face. What is it? 5A copy 3. There's a setting in CSP that lets you actually like chronologically order your layers. I really need to do that because my thing is so fucked right now. Alright. Are you animating for something like a project or just for fun? It's a bit of both, I guess. It's mostly for fun, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a page with a bunch of different heads. This one's basically going from a neutral position to a down position. This one here is doing a full 360. I'm gonna do another one that does just 3/4. And then I'm gonna do another one that does like an upward rotation. And then I'm gonna make these available on Patreon for free so that people can use them as reference to draw and to learn how the head changes direction and all that stuff. So that's the idea. Whenever I make an OC, I don't give it a backstory at all. See, I have strong opinions about that. I feel like OCs deserve lore and they deserve backstories. And they deserve to be part of a bigger world. I feel like if you're drawing just like a character, even if it's a new character or an original character, I feel like, it's one of those things that like, I wouldn't... An OC is like a sacred title to me. I wouldn't call something an OC unless it belongs to something. Or some sort of verse. Like this guy, he's part of some sort of like comic universe that I'm trying to come up with right now. There's not a lot of deep lore there, but he's tied to something. I don't do it because if I gave one a tragic backstory... Wait, sorry. I don't do it because I gave one a tragic backstory, but I did give one of the three of them a backstory. Thanks, dude. As long as you're creating, that's all that matters, I gotta check where this lines up. Okay, so there's a little bit of space near the eye. It's gonna be probably more like this. I'm getting so quiet. I'm locking in a little bit here. So if I get quiet, guys, Even if you see my PNG tuber talking, it's probably just my pen. You know, don't worry, I'm still here. My mic's working. I'm just getting a little focused. Honestly, I find it hard to create a character design in general if it does not have some sort of story that informs how the character looks. I feel like I just do shit. I have like an aesthetic in my head that I like. I like sort of like that sort of like, you know, like gothic, almost dead, zombie-like look to a lot of characters. That's why like when I do like my paintings and stuff, or I guess these guys were more like samurai-ish characters that I drew. But if I do like renderings, I tend to do a lot of like really dead, sort of desaturated blues and cooler tones. I don't know, it's just like an aesthetic I really like, you know? I gotta go, but I'll be back if you're still live. Lurk, day out of here, get out of here. Do your thing. Thanks for popping in, dude. I think this needs to come out more. Damn, we listen to the Minecraft music right now. This is a throwback. This must be a new song, actually, because I don't think I recognize this song at all. I'm gonna go play Valorant now. I hope to see you live again someday. Thanks so much for all the tips. Well, look, Alamanda, we have a Discord server where I post live notifications whenever I'm live. I will say, we are an 18+ channel, so if you're under the age of 18, I'm gonna ask that you do not participate in the channel. But if you want to know when I'm live Friday, Saturday, and Sunday every single week, and you can get live notifications in the Discord, as well as you can get feedback from me whenever I'm live by posting in the critiques channel. But have fun playing Valorant, dude. This, I think, needs to go way over here. So it's basically above the eyebrow here is where a little hairpiece lines up. What? Thanks. Check it out. See you later. Amazing community you got. Peace out, Alamanda. Have a good one. Enjoy your gaming sesh. What the fuck is this song, dude? This is not a Minecraft song. Snack, are you an Overwatch fan? I did of all the shooters, I definitely did play a lot more Overwatch than any of the other ones. So I don't know if I'm like a diehard fan. I haven't followed it in a while, but I was definitely like way back in the day. I watched all the Overwatch guys, like Harblue. I played Zarya back in the day, so I watched a lot of Harblue. I liked XQC too because I liked playing tank before he like popped off and did more variety stuff. I like it when women sing about pussy with confidence, but when a guy does it, it's weird. Alright, dude, whatever. Is somebody posting freak shit? Alright, I got something freaky. Uh-oh, here we go. Smooth as a chicken? It's an expression. Chicken skin is just like a common expression. I assume that's what they mean. Chicken skin's pretty bumpy, though. Covered in feathers, yeah. Vaginas are notoriously covered in feathers, dude. You guys don't know that. You might be a virgin. I'm gonna skip this one. Oh fuck, I'm drawing it on this layer, aren't I? Oh no. Okay. I am okay. How much longer are you streaming today? Maybe another 2 hours. Anime time, big dog. Here, let me increase the song request amount. I'm gonna go to my settings real quick. Give me a second here. I'm gonna crank it up by 1, so you guys can queue up 4 songs at a time. I just don't want to do too much, so that other people have the chance to, like, you know, get their songs in between. Okay, the max song request is now 4. I'm gonna go take a shower. You stinky boy, dude. I gotta actually get something to eat soon. You have a command to check the song list? I don't, but I can tell you it's in the queue right now. I'm gonna screenshot it because the queue's kind of long. This is the current queue. What's on the menu? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I feel like the song's been playing for 3 hours. It was a 4-minute song, yeah. Fuck. Sleepy Mary, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. gonna swap my headphones out now. Oops, didn't mean to pause that. Okay, I'm breaking the sexy. Prepare to battle your horny fools. Prepare to battle, you horny fools. Go for it, dude. I'm gonna pop away for 5 minutes. I'm just gonna make something to eat. I'm freaking starving. And I gotta get something to eat, so. BRB, guys. Fuck. Alright, I'm back. I'm back, baby. I didn't get a sandwich, actually. I got Jamaican patties. I'm feeling a little exotic today. Suture Art gave me a little follow. You following little old me, Suture Art? Shit. Welcome in, welcome in. These things are hot as fuck, though. Microwave special. Stack, what's your favorite Overwatch character to play? I was a Zarya main. I really like Tracer too if I play DPS. Or Soldier. Because I'm a basic bitch. Did you make them? Nah, I bought them. Store bought. What about you? What kind of character do you guys play? Never played. Oh shit. You just watch or what? I haven't played in a very long time either. I just know nerdcore raps to the character that are fun listens. Alright, cue it up. I only know the characters through animations. You jerking off to Winston and Roadhog hentai, dude? It's okay if you are. Widowmaker? Nice cover, nice cover. Almost done eating. Halfway through. No, 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 no. All right. Water time. And back to work. I lied. I got a banana. I'm still hungry. It wouldn't be a snack stream if I wasn't eating several phallic objects throughout the stream, so, you know. I can't help but think about Terry Crews every time I hear the song. What was it from again? Was it White Chicks? Insane movie, by the way. Easy white chocolate. Shit, how'd she know? How you doing, Marie? We were listening to Maria earlier. Wouldn't want you to melt. Me? With this heat? It's too late, baby. I'm dripping. It's a slip and slide in here, dude. Downtown, working fast, face is best, and I'm homebound. I think this needs to stick out more, dude. Just doesn't feel like it gains enough volume, you know? Into the sky. I bet it feels like it's turning too early here. Watch 1,000 miles. I know I fucked with this so much, but just trust me, I think I'm onto something. Pass me by. Just see you. Just hold you. Okay. Ooh, that's not gonna work. Will it? Maybe it will. Let's just play it through. Looks fucking weird. Oh, God. Just doesn't feel like solid enough. It feels like the timing on this is like really weird. There's like some slows and some slow ups and some speed ups and some slow downs and all this shit. It's kind of like a systemic problem on this piece, though. I don't think going in and fixing it is super realistic at this point. Not without a rework. To think Terry Crews' career started off because he was standing in the crowd and the director for Training Day told him to stand in because he looked intimidating. Crazy. Training Day is a good movie. I'm gonna do a new layer here, and I'm gonna track the dot on the corner of the hair. I'm gonna put like a little pink dot on every corner. I want to make sure it's moving on an arc. It's a little wobbly. Yeah, it's definitely like wobbly here. That's why it feels so weird. Hmm. I feel like these two need to be way less, uh, three-quarter here. A little bit tighter. Let's move this one to like here. I want the spacing to really increase as you go. And then this one, same deal. And I'm gonna make my arcs a lot more subtle. That feels a lot better. Doesn't feel like it's like jittery as much. Still feels a little fucked up, but it's not like as bad. I still need to track that arc though. The arc's a little fucked up. I need to plan my pathing better next time I do this. When I say pathing, you see all these dots? It's basically tracking the same spot as it goes around. It really should be on smooth arcs. If it's not, it's gonna feel like it's jumping all over the place. And the issue with a piece like this is there's so many pieces of like little things to track. It gets really complicated really fast. So right now I'm just gonna track this corner here again. I want it to be more like this. So I'm going to get rid of these last two, and I'm going to shift them a little bit. Down, 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 down. Why does it jump there? Whoa. Oh, I hope you enjoyed the Junkrat rap. I was gonna say I recognize a lot of words being said in this. Dan Bull's basically a godfather of nerdcore, so I'd be surprised if you've never heard his gaming raps before. I mean, I don't listen to gaming raps like ever, really. It's just not a medium I'm very familiar with. Fuck. London Rain, thank you for the follow. Get it on, let's get it on till I earn them on. By the way, this line is kind of irrelevant. I just kind of want to make sure, I want to see how it feels to track how much volume I want to put on the other side. So using a line is just a quick way to get that without, like, you know, doing too much. I think the movement's a little fast. Nerdcore has some amazing talent. Just look up a game or anime that you like, and there's probably a rap for it. It's not all great, but there's some industry-level indie artists that blur the line between character rap and making a general song around the character that people can relate to. Okay. I tend to be, like, fairly old school with my music taste. I listen to the same shit over and over, pretty much. Turn me on. Whatever. Fair. If so, I'd suggest my goat Divide music. He's old school rock. Okay, dope, dude. Speaking of the devil, this is his Gojo song. Okay. It sounds familiar. I don't think I've heard it though. It probably just has that rock vibe. Like I said, he's old school, so he'll sound simple to stuff you're used to, and the song stand alone if you have no idea about the character it's about. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't even tell that's like what that's from. I guess it's Jujutsu Kaisen, obviously, but I mean, if you would have never told me, I would have never known for sure. I'm trying to figure out a way to like stylistically show the hair front on, but also show that it's a spike. I don't really know how to do that. I'm just gonna try different lines and see if I can get that feel. I gotta figure this out. I'm tracking this spike in particular right here. A little difficult. I'll go back to regular music now. I just want to give you a toe dip into nerdcore. My bad if it's not your taste. It doesn't bother me. I'm so locked in on this right now. Don't worry about it. I need more volume back here. The other profile view look like? Welcome back, Nancy. Got a cheeky glass of wine, doing some drawing. Oh, damn. So you feeling better then? I know you were dying earlier. I also gotta figure out how to color this guy. I don't know what color to give him. Or what, not... This is a finished drawing here. How would I make him look? He feels purple. How you doing, Cozy Biscuit? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a dark purple, like a desaturated, almost grayish purple, with red orangey hair. That's sort of in my mind. That's what suits it. So you're not wrong. He feels purple. He does. I'm just going to try some shit out and see what we can do. A little less. I'm gonna do the skin on one layer and then the hair on another, I think. And his skin is gonna be split, where he's gonna have different skin tones, as if he's been stitched together, right? With... I think that might be a little too dark in terms of opacity. Has been edits over on YouTube says, "Hi, sorry to sound annoying. Can you please make some fan art for my friend New Show Escape and Outlast? Also, I'm not a bot. I am neurodivergent." I don't do fan art, big dog. Sorry, bro. No freebies. Gonna try and combo my snack tax with a song? Do it up. I'll give you his soul? I got enough souls as it is, dude. I don't need... I appreciate it, dog. It ain't gonna happen, though. Dakota has to be my fave stereophonic song. What's stereophonic? I'm not a big audiophile guy. I don't really know, like, details on shit like that. He's like an Oreo? Yeah, he is like an Oreo. I think he's a little too dark right now, though. That might be too light. Gotta find a balance here. And then the skin tone for the middle skin is going to be a little bit more neutral. Nah. Not like that. Not like that either. He's still not right. Oh, I see. Stereophonic's a band. Oh, that makes sense. Less saturation. Same with this, less saturation. Lighter value. If you added stitches to his face, he could be a reanimated corpse stitched together from body parts. I mean, the idea is that he's part of a race of people that sort of all have this stitch thing. I did it on this guy too, this girl. The idea is to have like a general species. Almost like a manufactured species, you know? Whoa, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. What am I doing right now? Drawing on the wrong layer. And I'll probably tweak these colors. I'm just going to start with like a base, just to see what I want. Kind of like African lump scars? Sort of. These guys are actually like they're not like a human species though. They're man-made. I don't really know where I want to go with it. They're kind of like fabrications, almost like golems, I guess, in a weird way. But they're like an ancient species, right? So they wouldn't be like, they were made years and years ago, so they have their own cultures and all that stuff. They've deviated from their origins, and they can self-replicate. Maybe they do it through reproduction. I don't know. I haven't really thought that far ahead, to be quite honest. Like Frankenstein's monster being mass-produced, kind of, yeah. There's a CSP lasso tool that automatically fills within the lines. If you want, I can link it. Please do, dude. Because doing this on every frame is going to take a bazillion years. I'm not doing this right now. I'm just sort of doing a little color test. Move now. Alright, let me download this shit. Sign in required. Alright, let's sign in. Move now. Where the hell does it download to? It's been so long since I've done anything in CSP. Like, download-wise. I've had the same brushes for a while now. Does it just go to my download folder? What the fuck? Fuck. What do you mean, re-download? I can't find it. I'm such a boomer, bro. This shit drives me crazy. Why can't it just be I click the download button, it goes to my downloads? Yo, snacks for cars. Yo, what up? What up, Zorks? Go to your brushes, scroll down, it'll say add subtool. Okay. Go to brushes. Scroll down. Add subtool. I see. Okay. Thank you, Kimdo. I will try to remember to use that. I'll probably forget once I'm no longer live, but I'll do my best. And I know why. Your lines have to be closed, unfortunately. Yeah, that's fine. That's like standard for animation. My lines are just always sort of very sketchy. I don't know why. This song is so unserious. It is, dude. Did you? I guess you saw the lawsuit stuff. I'm just gonna erase out the rest of his body here. I don't really need it. Oh, this song's from Afro Man? Yeah, dude. This is classic Afro Man. Do a jiggle? Shit. You know it, dude. You know it, dude. Here comes my combo. What's the other part? I see part one. You have to listen to what Simon says. I see. Oh yeah, when he says grab on your titties or Jake. Excellent. I get it. I am very funny. I think it's funny. Ah, the form's not right. Whoever requested this song is my best friend. Love this band. Yeah, it's a very good band. Still might be growing a bit too much, I think. Putting in a whole week here. Shake my head. When do the benefits kick in? I need health insurance. Unfortunately, my channel is not public. Single-payer healthcare. We're private. If you've watched Arcane, this is better than the show version. Personally, I have watched Arcane. I do like this song. I think you played this yesterday though, because I remember it. It's too curved. Fuck, man. I just want more subtlety, you know? Let me tone that down a bit. This part's gonna grow a little bit slower. Wait, no, sorry. This inner part here is gonna grow slower. that feels a lot better. Feels better. Ugh. Like exhausted, bro. Now, do you know how your PNG tuber's layered in the software? I want to make a model on my own, but I'm struggling with how to break it up layer-wise. Boba's the guy to ask. Boba Meyer, my mod, he's the one who made the PNG tuber. So he would be the guy who would have the answers for that. I have no idea. I was just given a file, and he said, do this, and I said, okay. That's it, really. He's usually in the Discord or, you know, lurking here sometimes. Depends. He might have followed a tutorial, because I don't know if he had a lot of experience with it, so maybe he knows where you could get that info from. We'll try to hunt him down. Go for it. Snack's tail wag inspired me to animate a tail wag for mine. That's all Boba, baby. What do you think about allowing people to create their own sketchbook threads in the Discord? I'm looking for a place to post my weekly bald Norwood characters. You know what? I saw PK do that, Painted King, and I kind of prefer it. So I might actually switch to that. Instead of having just like a straight, like, you know, like wall, I guess. Welcome back, Jadu. I don't know. Maybe I'll run a poll. If you post art, actually, Jadu, do you wanna run a poll for me since you're back? You wanna run a poll on the Discord, if you can, in the you know what? I'll do it later. If you want to run one here, I'll use both. But essentially, run a poll in chat that says, if you post art on the Discord, would you prefer having sketchbook threads or sort of art timeline like we have now, I guess, would be my question. Because I've seen it done both ways. I also feel like that way, people can have conversations within individual threads that don't necessarily sort of like bump up or, you know, get people's artwork sort of shoved up the thread, which is what you would like to avoid. Sketchbook threads or art timeline, yeah. Like standard art timeline like we have now in the Discord, or a sketchbook thread. I don't know if people are going to actually know what a sketchbook thread is. Kimdo, you've used both PKs and mine. Which do you prefer? I'm so neutral on both, I fear. I think the benefit of having like the threads though is people can have conversations about a particular art piece without sort of disrupting other art pieces being posted. And I think that's a pretty big plus. And then that way we don't have to like police people and be like, hey, don't post your art here or whatever. I think the only downside is it's kind of hard to see everyone's work. Yeah, but sometimes it's easier to just identify a specific person, right? You know what? I don't think we need the poll. I think I'm just going to switch over to threads. Once I figure out how to do that, I'll mention it to the mods. Because I don't like policing people commenting in the thread, but it is the unfortunate like side effect is that, if people end up having long conversations, then everybody's artwork is shoved way up the thread, and it's like, oh shit. And I feel like if you've ever posted artwork and then your artwork just gets shoved up the thread because there's people having like a separate conversation, it'd be frustrating too. So I feel like that's a good middle ground. He just set up the poll. Whatever, that's fine. We'll go with it anyways. Why did you hit this when I said create poll? But it's all good, dude. It works. I like how you added. I don't know what this means. That's a good addition. I reckon most people won't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Now the question is, if you switch over to the sketchbook threads, does it organize everybody's work automatically, or do they have to start reposting their work now? Repost? Well. Oh well. Maybe we'll keep both for a time period. And then what we can do is we could be like, I'll put an announcement up and I'll be like, hey, by this date, we're discontinuing the Art Share channel and it's going to be transitioning over to Sketchbook Threads or something like that. Let the chaos ensue. I mean, that's just kind of the thing with doing big changes. People are going to be annoyed with it at first, and then they'll get used to it, and that's just sort of... That's the way she goes, you know? Alternatively, we can have artists have a thread specific for their work each, so it's going to be a running timeline of their work. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. I don't know if you're in Painted King's Discord, Jadu, but that's how he does it there, and I find it's a lot more efficient. Well, it's not more efficient, it's cleaner. Like, and it feels like less disruptive to other people if you're having like a deep conversation about like the artwork or something like that. I'd keep both. I'm gonna keep both temporarily, but I will transition away from the art share, most likely. I just don't want two duplicate channels. Would it be one thread per person or one thread per art piece? One thread per person. So it'd be like, it'd be the same as PK's thing. Like, literally the exact same. PK's thing is either or he doesn't really care. Either or he doesn't really care. I don't think you can post just an individual drawing, can you? I think it has to be a thread. Like a thread per artist, essentially. I don't see an area where you can just post art. He has his, like, February showcase or whatever. But that's a different thing. Like, I don't see just an art channel on PK's Discord. Unless I'm tripping. No, I mean, some people do one thread per art piece, and some do one thread for all their work. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine with me. I don't care about that either. You could do either or. I'm in a few other Discords, and some of them organize it as a thread per character, and a few of them draw the same recurring characters. I don't know that. I don't know what you mean there. You mean like they just do the same character but in separate threads? I mean, that's fine. Whatever. As long as I don't have to manage shit, I'm cool with it. So it's one thread dedicated to a specific character. Let's say Sonic, for example, and a bunch of other artists will draw that same character. Oh yeah, I don't do like art challenges and shit like that though. So I don't really see a point in doing that. Why don't we do art challenges? Because I don't have time to organize them. If you want to organize them, you can. Because, like, we did the Secret Santa thing, and that was a success. But I could tell you the mods were really stressed managing that, and a lot of them don't want to do it again. It's just like, it's a giant pain in the ass to do stuff like that. I have no issue with art challenges. I just, like, we had the homework stuff. We could do also, like, homework threads. I do like the idea of switching over to threads. I think it's like a cleaner way to do things. Not really, you just copy paste the person's art and then tag them and then talk that way in a separate channel, I suppose. I like the Secret Santa, I get it. No, I think we're gonna keep doing the Secret Santa. What I meant more is not that they don't want to do that again. It's that it was a lot of effort, so they just don't really want to do like recurring like events and stuff. It's just it's time consuming, it's managing people as well. Like for Secret Santa, you have to coordinate with people to give them their person. Then you have to make sure that person does the art, and then you have to have a backup plan and like a system in place for when they don't deliver the art. Because realistically, let's say you have 20 people, you need to assign each person to a different person, right? And on top of that, when people inevitably don't submit on time because life stuff, whatever, don't feel like drawing, doesn't matter, you have to have a backup plan for people to actually do that. I think what we're going to do next year is I'm going to tell the mods that basically what we do is we set a deadline to sign up. If you don't set up by that deadline, every drawing that you submit is submitted as a backup piece. You don't get assigned a person, so you're not participating in the Secret Santa, but your piece gets to act as a sort of a plan B if ever somebody doesn't submit something who's in the Secret Santa. I came back to glasses and jiggly snack. I don't see no glasses. Only the jiggles. I do think we should bring back homework. I quite liked it. It's just that people fell off and it lost a lot of momentum. I think if we had threads though, what you could do is instead of having like a weekly homework assignment, you could just have a thread and then people could post at their own pace, you know? I don't know. I don't really know. The homework was fine, but there really just wasn't enough participation on it. We have a lot more people now though, I will say. Like when we did homework, we were a much smaller Discord. And I think, you know, realistically, it would be nice to get more activities in the Discord, just so that people could feel like they have. I want people to feel more encouraged to participate, and I worry that we sort of have like a very non-participation friendly Discord right now. It's not a big stress of mine, but it's just something that if we could improve it, it'd be cool. Actually, that's a good idea. That way there's an assignment and you could just pick what assignment you want to do. What's homework? So before, this predates you, Kim, though. Long before you were born. And by born, I mean born into my community. We had a weekly homework assignment where every Friday I would say the homework assignment is to draw 3 feet from different perspectives or different angles, or 4 sets of eyes in different styles or angles or whatever. Normally what would happen is it would get clipped by one of the mods, and then the homework assignment would be dropped into the homework tab. And then that way people could watch the clip and they could just do what I said in the clip. And I would usually do a quick little demo. The issue was Bobo was like the only one who was doing them. Nobody else did them ever. We had a couple people participating, but it was still not a very successful event like the Secret Santa. But I think it's also because it was a 1-week turnaround, right? It's tough for people to find time in their lives to like have dedicated study towards art within like a weekly timeline. Not true. I definitely did the hands and feet one. Yeah, when I say no one participated, I'm exaggerating. There was participation. It was just really light participation compared to most people. Compared to Bobo, I mean. And I think, you know, if we had it as threads, people wouldn't feel pressured necessarily to do it on a weekly basis. They could come back and work through previous assignments in the past. Whereas if it's all on one channel, well, it gets lost up the chain, you know, as things get posted. And so I think that would be a much more interesting way to do it. So I'm gonna talk to the mods about transitioning things over to threads a little bit. Jadu, if I forget, maybe you remind me, but I don't, you know, I'm just gonna send a message now. Reminder, I want to explore thread pages instead of standard. We are also noobs. At least I am. I mean, that's fine. That's the whole point, though, right? Is to get a little bit of practice. And then what I could do is maybe just do like a quick little segment on the Friday stream. It's just, it depends on how many critiques I'll have lined up, because usually I'll do my crits on Friday and Saturday, or whenever, I guess. But depending on how busy I am with like the critiques and stuff, we could also just go through the homework assignments and just see other people's stuff. As a little stream segment, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think of things to get more engagement. And to have like a space where people can feel like they can actually sort of practice growing, rather than just posting. Teach people what you excel at, you'll get engagement. I mean, it's not about engagement farming for me and like my social media. It's about, you know, community building more than anything. Like, I don't care if it leads to more views or anything. The goal is to get more of you guys to be talking to each other actively and sort of forming friendships and all that stuff and engaging with each other. That's more the focus, I think, with like in Discord like communication stuff, because I feel like right now it's, you know, the Discord is a great place to get live notifications and post for critiques and just do general art share, but the format right now is just a little harsh for art engagement. Yeah, teach me how to draw hot anime girls and I'll interact with others. Oh, I could do that. But I feel like it'd be assignments like, you know, 5 bean torsos. You know, if you're like, for example, anime girls, 5 bean torsos, each bean torso having a pinch side and a stretch side. You know, if you do that, you get people to practice these bean torsos, and then it's going to help really sort of teach people like how to draw anime girls, essentially, right? Pinch side and a stretch side. So pinch there, stretch here. And exercises like that, essentially. Green in my veins. You know, stuff like this, right? Quick little exercises. Maybe we should run a larger interactive project that people could sign up to, like a pasta parcel art thing where a bunch of different people add to the same canvas. Or maybe everyone adds a scene to learn how to work in a production or something like that. No. I'm not doing that unless somebody wants to manage that. That sounds like a part-time job. I don't think you realize how difficult even just the Secret Santa thing was. Having to coordinate like Google Sheets and scene assignments and all that stuff is just like on another level of like effort that I don't really want to do. If you want to manage it, yeah, no, I think the other thing is I also have to be able to participate in these things to a light degree, and I just don't want to overdo it. Like the homework was easy because I could do demos on stuff that I already know how to do, but I think like more complex stuff, I can't be leading that stuff. Just time wise, I just can't. It is ambitious, Jadu. Like, I know what you're going for. But I think it's just too much for the resources I have. And, like, my time resources. And also, managing people is very, very, very difficult. Especially within a Discord context where they don't have any, like, you know, incentive to actually participate appropriately. Because the reality is, like, you have to assume any event you organize, there are going to be people who don't participate properly or, you know, fall off or aren't able to submit things on time or whatever. You know, like, there's a bunch of, like, things you have to account for when you do bigger projects, I find. Like herding cats, basically. Like, the Secret Santa thing really was kind of rough. Granted, the nice thing about doing these things is that you kind of learn from them. And then you sort of adapt. And so the next Secret Santa, we're going to be way more effective. Because we're going to know what to do. Also, Jadu, I didn't mean to like be like, no, super hardcore like that. It wasn't like a... It was more like an emotional response to the past things that we've tried to organize. Less of a shutdown of you. So if it came off that way, I apologize. But... I'd like to try something like that. I'd like to start from a smaller project because I'm not great at project management for myself, and I'd like to learn that skill set. Yeah, the issue, though, is that, you know, unless we're ready to hard commit to that, you're just going to end up having an unpleasant experience for everyone involved. Like, you have to have, like, the people running it have to be ready to see it through to the end. It can't be like a thing where, like, you know, you post like a project idea, and then you, like, halfway through, you're like, well, I don't really have time to manage this anymore. Because now there's a bunch of people, like, relying on you, and it just becomes a negative experience for people, right? So, I feel like if we're doing stuff, it has to be small and bite-sized. That's sort of, like, how I see it. Now, there's ways that you can do that, and I don't know if you've ever heard of an Anajam. An Anajam is essentially, like, a thing where, you know, you start with, on your scene, you'll start with, like, a ball, let's say. And then this ball, the scene has to start and end with a ball. And people can do whatever they want with that ball for their scene, so long as each scene starts and ends with a ball. And we did them in college. We did Anajams with the class. And we started with a puddle. So it looked something like this. And then it was like, you could do whatever you want. So some people had, like, guys jumping out of the puddle, doing flips, and then jumping back into the puddle, or running off screen, or whatever. So long as it starts with a puddle, and ends with a puddle. You know? So that's sort of an Anijam. And then that way you can link them all up and create like a big mash of animations together. And that's a relatively light thing, and it doesn't involve everybody being a participant. And it also means if somebody doesn't submit something, well, you know, you still have the other ones that can link together. That seems quite fun. It can be, yeah. The thing is, you still have to collect the stuff, and which means, depending on how many people sign up, you might have to be messaging 20 people, chasing after them, be like, are you still submitting? And then what's gonna happen is you're gonna like edit it, you're gonna put it all together, and they're gonna be like, actually, I'm ready now, and they submit it late, and then you're like, oh my god, do I say no? Do I blah, blah, blah. It's all, there's always degrees of complexity with all this stuff, but I'm just saying. But that being said, I do want to do more participation stuff. I want it to be bite-sized though. So I just want it to be something that I can say on stream without necessarily have to do like a whole drawing, maybe like a demonstration or something. But I don't have to do like a whole in-depth thing. And yeah. I feel like what made Gartic Phone difficult was the time constraints, but if you have like a month to do it and you check in like once a week for progress updates, then you can have a rust estimate of who might be ready. Well, I know for the Secret Santa, what they did is they built like a Google Docs spreadsheet, I think, and they just tracked everybody that way. The issue, though, is like, you know, if you have a project where other people are relied on, and there's 20 people in that project, let's say, you have to assume like a quarter of those people are probably just not gonna do it. And you have to have a backup plan for if that happens. And I think for the Secret Santa, we did, but it wasn't like, it was still like, it was like a little, it wasn't as efficient as we could have done it. But I think the end result was great. You know, so I was very happy with how Boba and Otto organized it. But I just think there's a lot of lessons learned out of it, right? And that's just sort of how it works with these things. It's like you do something, you do lessons learned, and then you do it better next time. I think another thing with these projects, like the Anijam, the reason I haven't done an Anijam is not because I don't want to. It's because I feel like when I run these things, I have to participate. And just because it's like, you know, it's my channel, it's my community and stuff, so it makes the most sense that I would be an active participant. And it gets people involved also if I participate. The issue is I don't have time to fucking make animations like for Anijam projects and shit like that. I mean, I can do really quick ones. Do like a ball flying around or something like that, but something more detailed, I don't know. Anyways, we'll talk about it in the mod chat, and we'll see what we can pull off. If you want to learn some of these project management and organization skills, where would you go to learn them for something like this? I feel like this is the kind of skill that I would need to build on my animation portfolio project. It's weird to say. A lot of corporate environments, like a lot of administrative work and stuff like that, is project management and just managing people and big complex stuff. Corporate environments, project, like every studio is also going to have a production team. Production teams are basically project managers. Their job is to make sure the animators are doing their frame quotas, they're on the timelines, they're hitting the timelines, the quality's there. They're basically a liaison with the person who hired the studio. for the work, and they you know they communicate all of the changes, the progress, and they make sure that things move on track. And I remember when I was in studio, they were kind of annoying because they would reach out to you every week and they'd be like, "How are things going? How you feeling? Everything good?" And they'd do this like super peppy, high energy thing, and it's like, bro, I know you're just checking in on me to see if I'm doing my work, but it always came off just sort of like, oh, fuck, production's messaging me right now. I wasn't even particularly ever behind on my work, but it was just one of those things. Yeah, corporate environments are doing the PMP course. Is that what is project management pipeline course? Is that what PMP is? But a lot of corporate environments are project management. Like there's a lot of people that go into organizing events, meetings, uh, you know, whatever. PMI, Project Management Institute. Ah, I see. DK, in IT they use something called agile scheduling. Yeah. All right, guys. I think it's time for me to wrap up the stream pretty soon. We use agile too. Okay. Nobody Knows Plus. Heroes comes back. Oh, I gotta listen to that one, dude. I fucking love Nobody Knows Plus. I'm gonna jump right to it though, because I do want to wrap up the stream, and we're gonna raid out of here. And I'm gonna see about talking to the fellas in the mod channel to see if we can get some channels going. Thanks for stream. Thanks for attending, Kimdo. Can you not just tell everyone to send you a regular update at a certain time each week and you wouldn't have to chase as many people? Oh, Jadu, you have no idea what lengths people will go to avoid giving production updates on things that they haven't done yet. They'll just duck you, dude. They'll just duck you. And then you can't move on with your project because you're like, what the fuck are we doing? We need so-and-so's thing. And it's like, it's basically like pulling a cog out of an engine. And then like that cog just disappears. People are very avoidant, and if you put pressure on people, they'll avoid you, and or they'll give you a billion excuses, which is even worse. Like they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm almost done," but then they're almost done for like 2 weeks straight, and they never get it done. You know. I think you have to account for people just not doing things because it's not the majority of people that won't, but it's a good chunk of people that it could derail a lot of projects, and it's a big part of the management process is accounting for these derailments. Okay, I gotta set up a raid here. We're gonna raid Frog Glasses because he was chilling here yesterday. He was talking to me about how he's doing hentai animation. I doubt he's doing that on Twitch right now. We can go pop in, say hello. I'm gonna wait for the song to run through. Surely there's a way to have someone give you an accurate representation of the amount of progress they've made. It's not like they're going to receive a severe punishment or anything. I mean, you have to assume that they're being honest. There are so many different personalities and behaviors and, you know, ways that people react to, like, to sort of, you know, pressure on deadlines, or even if it's something that has no incentive, especially if it has something with no incentive, because they're probably going to be more flaky, right? If you're getting paid and you're at risk of getting fired, you're probably going to work harder than if you're a guy doing a little Discord project for free, right? But if someone would be hypothetically interested in viewing that animation, where would they go? Hypothetically, of course. Well, you can ask Frog Glasses when we're in there. We're about to hop over there in... I'm gonna start the raid soon. I just know raids have like timers on them, so before I hit enter on the raid, we'll let this song play a little longer. It's because they're not going to receive a serious punishment that people tend to put things off till the very last moment / just not do it. Yes, and, you know, I think if anything, like, if they do it in environments where they're at risk of getting fired and don't do their work, you're just going to sort of get that, like, doubly so in an environment where you have no consequences. I mean, I basically repeated exactly what you just said. But yes, essentially. Haha, get it? Hop over? We're gonna go rib it over there. Rib, because, sex. And then, there, because, I don't know, dude. I'm not being very funny right now. Make some noise, make some noise, make some noise. Alright. Raw glasses, did I spell it right? I think I did. Enter. Boo! Get off the stage! Fuck you, Snack! Fuck you! I gotta switch my audio over before we jump over there, otherwise I'm not gonna hear a word he says when I get in there. Alright, everybody, thank you all for coming out. See you tomorrow. Actually, what am I saying? See you on Friday. If you want live notifications, make sure you get in the Discord. Go to the rules channel. Turn on the live notification rule by clicking the little purple dot. If you want feedback on your work, make sure you post in the critiques channel. If I'm live on Twitch and you are live on, well, if you're in my chat while I'm live, make sure to remind me and I will go over your work live on stream. All right. See you in Frog Glasses' channel. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.